about good morning there. Good morning. There you go. There you go. We're first going to have, do I have the invocation? Our invocation is going to be given this morning by Pastor Michael McKellar of Oasis, Naples. If you all would please rise.
Heavenly Father, as we come before you today, we just pray for the leaders of our city council and be granted the wisdom to discern what is right, the courage for us to act justly, Lord Jesus, and the humility to listen to the people that they serve. We pray, Father God, you give each and every one of us the patience in those moments of disagreements and the clarity amongst all these complex decisions they'll be making, and that we would have a shared vision for a very safe and thriving and compassionate community. Lord, we close with protect them, Father God. Protect their families. And let their leadership inspire trust and unity across the city. And these things we ask in Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
Amen. And this morning, our veteran who typically leads in the Pledge of Allegiance is not with us today. So I'm going to ask the veteran on the dais, if you would please, Commissioner LaCastro, lead us in the pledge.
If you're a veteran, hand salute's appropriate. If not, right hand over your heart, please. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Absolutely. My honor.
Instant, in season and out.
Exactly. Exactly.
Chair, if we could recognize Commissioner Kowal, he is on the line, and take a vote to allow him to participate by phone.
Second.
Are we sure we want to do that? Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we, there's no comments from the peanut gallery while you're out there. It's been moved and seconded that we allow Commissioner Kowal to participate remotely. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, same sound, so moved. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. What part of the world are you in?
I'm not even sure.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay.
Commissioners, agenda changes for June 9th, 2026. First, we have an add-on item 10A, and this item will not be heard before 11 a.m. This is a recommendation that the board receive an update on continuing efforts authorized under declared existence of a valid public emergency to take any necessary actions to address a controlled, recognized environmental condition identified on the site of the proposed state veterans nursing home. This is brought to the agenda at Commissioner Saunders' request. Continue item 16F1 to a future meeting. This is a recommendation to close out the Collier County Sheriff's Office Marco Substation seawall and dredge construction contract with Blue Marlin Marine Construction and Services, Inc. under agreement number 23-8063 and to approve the release of retainage for the project. This is being moved at staff's request. We do have time certain items 9B and 11C to be heard at the conclusion of all action items on the regular agenda. These are the recommendation to approve the Ave Maria SRA expansion and amend developer agreement. And as stated before, item 10A is not to be heard before 11 a.m., which is the state veterans nursing home update. We do have court reporter breaks set for 10:30 and again at 2:50 if necessary. With that, County Attorney.
Yeah, he slides right in.
Thank you. Nothing this morning.
Okay. Commissioners.
All right. I think we're going to do the changes to agenda.
Yes, sir. And any ex parte that you have.
Ex parte. Let's start. Sorry about that. There is a fine if your phone goes off during the meeting. Commissioner Kowal, do you have any changes in the agenda or ex parte?
I have no changes to the agenda. I have no ex parte on consent, but I do have summary. I have 17 B emails, 17 C emails, 17 D emails, and meeting.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no changes, but I also have disclosures on 17B, C, and D, meetings, emails, correspondence.
Absolutely. Commissioner Hall.
Good morning. I have no changes to the agenda, and as well I have summary consent on the emails and meetings, on all of them.
All of them? Okay. Commissioner LaCastro.
Same, no changes, but on 17B, C, and D, I have emails on all three and correspondence on all three.
And I likewise have no changes in. I have ex parte on 17B, C, and D, meetings, correspondence, emails, phone calls.
And before we take a vote, we do have a speaker for 17.
Yeah, actually, I have two now, Mr. Chairman. Your first speaker for 17B is Steve Young, and he will be followed by Cody Davis, who wants to speak about 17A, B, C, and D.
Okay. I believe we have there are timers at the podium. As Steve, come on up. As Steve's making his way to the podium, there is a timer there. You have all of 3 minutes to say what you need to say. There's a clock right there that'll tell you when you get to 30 seconds, the lights come on, and then you're done.
Thank you.
Good morning.
And thank you for entertaining my statements. I had written all of you a letter with regarding this piece of property, which, as you all know, is at the end of Bayshore. And I'd have a question right away for all of you, including Commissioner Cowell, who's not here. Have any of you walked that property by any chance?
And for the record, this is not a question and answer circumstance. You're welcome to say your piece, but we don't respond.
Okay, well then, I would encourage that if you hadn't, then we certainly will, because I'm asking you to actually delay this vote for that very purpose, to walk with us, and because I live in an adjacent property nearby, Isles of Collier Preserve. There's plenty of people that are upset about it for one reason, that would like to preserve that property. And I know that you're considering examples later on today to even buy some property at Everglades City. And having said that, you can buy it for conservancy. It's 71 acres. It's the last piece of property that abuts Rookery Bay Estuary. So it's a little piece of heaven. And if you ever walk that property, you'd understand it and see it. And we'd like for you to engage that. Now, I've walked it, and I want to tell you some of the effects of it because of the development that's going on down there. If you can turn it into a park in the future, that's great. But what's happening to the wildlife in the Isles of Collier Preserve now, I've lived there for 10 years. I walk in the evenings, and in the last month, 4 different times, I've had an occasion to bump into some coyotes. Now, you might not think that's rare, but when you're walking your dog in the nighttime and you're dealing with a coyote that chases you, that's not a fun thing to experience. They have nowhere to go, they're coming out. There's also several 2 packs of deer that I engage all the time on the walk. You might say, well, what's that about? Well, that's what I want to know, because they're sleeping in people's yards now, and the biggest width of a house is 90 feet in there, in the back where these deer now sleep. They're not sleeping in the woods, they're sleeping in people's yards. So we're taking away the very environment that these people have to, these animals have to live in. And it's a bald eagle nest in there too, and there's also indigo snakes back in there. And the reason I can tell you that is years ago, we had a herpetologist walk it with us, and that's very important because we now have an infestation as well of pythons in the area. In fact, in the last 2 months, we've taken 13 out of there, which is quite a few. And indigo snakes are an enemy of that snake. They eat them. So for preservation and patience, I know that you've already had a lot of your work done, but it wouldn't hurt to delay the vote, to come walk the property, to see the value of it, and to see if we can preserve it for a park someday, or just the last piece of heaven that we have there, because it's a beautiful piece, and it's the last uplands. And by the way, when I say uplands, it's got slash pine there. It's the last section with slash pine too. So the owls live in there, the bald eagles nest in there, and that's only 71 of the acres, as I mentioned. So it's landlocked. So if you can consider that, consider the delay, perhaps we can go walk it together, make your decision after you see it, feel it, see the value of it, and then answer to the public, and then maybe you can sell it, because it's going to go somewhere. And I would ask that for your consideration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Cody Davis.
And Cody, you don't have 3 minutes per item. You got 3 minutes.
Okay.
Just to clarify, he wanted to speak on all 4 of the summary. Yes.
Good morning. My name's Cody Davis, and I'd like to speak on the Growth Management Plan Amendment, the SR 82 CPUD Companion Rezone, the Big Cypress SRA expansion, and the Windward Landing rezone. All 4 of these items constitute major deviations from the county's current commitments, the law, and the integrity of the public process. They undermine the sustainability of the county's finances and the ability to provide services like stormwater management, water, and sewer. Despite this, All four of these items have been placed on the summary agenda, even though the Land Development Code, Section 10.3.6J and .6M, Florida Statutes 125.665 and 163.3184 11B, and the stated policy of the county manager all require advertised public hearings for rezones, GMP amendments, and substantial SRA amendments. Instead, these items are being treated as routine administrative matters, tucked away in the back of the agenda and buried under dozens of routine matters, passed as a package in one vote, skipping the required public hearing altogether, and despite prior public opposition. The SR 82 CPUD is highly speculative and risky for the county, as the development to the north is years out and reliant on a Hendry County project that may or may not come to fruition. The development of Immokalee Water Sewer District capacity is only anticipated in 2030, and the nearby Corkscrew Grove still hasn't received all necessary permissions to build. The Big Cypress SRA amendment is requesting deviations from the law that further undermine the RLSA regulatory framework and worsen car dependency, traffic, and erosion of land designated for protection, and did not demonstrate fiscal neutrality for water and wastewater. The Windward Landing PUD, astonishingly, is on summary, despite 75 attendees at the neighborhood information meeting expressing concerns about flooding, landscape buffering, traffic, construction traffic, environmental protection, and the impacts on the Isle of Collier Preserve traffic circle. Additionally, a major cul-de-sac elongation deviation from the law was green-lighted without any emergency access analysis, raising serious concerns about whether this project would be able to accommodate emergency scenarios. All of these items warrant the scrutiny and full hearing required by the law, but commissioners and the county attorney continue to ignore plain language Florida statutes, the county's own land development code, the county manager's stated policy, and the legitimate public interest in these types of items, allowing their summary passage anyway. I object to all four of these items, and I further object to their placement on summary. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In reference to 17B, I think I'd like to hear some presentation.
Sir?
Without objection, I'd like to have that before the regular agenda, just to hear some presentation on 17B.
17D. And I was going to ask about that. Is there a representative of the developer on 17D here? Because one of the things I would like to maybe suggest is to move this to continue it if there isn't a time-sensitive issue. That's what I wanted to ask Rich about. I don't mind continuing it. I certainly want to hear from Commissioner Kowal as well, because I'm sure he's considerably more intimate than all of us are combined. But is there an issue time-wise with continuing this for a couple of weeks?
If we can, for the record, Rich Jovanovich, if we can continue it to the next meeting, that would be fine. My clients are not able to get here quickly enough to present today. I mean, I can answer quick questions if you have them. Otherwise, we would need to request a continuance.
Forgive me, if I'm not mistaken, you're going to be indisposed at our next meeting, so we're only going to have four, and he when he's gone, he won't be able to call in. So, and I believe this is going to require a supermajority vote on it. And I really, Commissioner Saunders, I would rather not, without the owners, only with the owner's rep here, I would rather not hear this today. I would rather continue it at least until the next meeting, maybe the first meeting in July, to allow for proper representation. Commissioner Kowal, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I mean, I've been pretty in-depth in this project. It went to the CRA early on. If you're familiar with this property down there, it's actually falls, 3/4 of the whole thing falls within the CRA redevelopment zone. So it was, it's the people in that area voted to have the CRA and have that in place to improve and redevelopment properties along that Bayshore area. So I think there's this 1/3 or 1/4 of it that lies just outside of the zone, but I think the CRA was taking consideration of just adding the last portion of it to it. But there's going to be a lot of area that's going to be maintained, like natural undisturbed areas within the development. I think there's only like 80, Mr. Yovanovich might go correct me, I think there's only like 80 units or maybe 100 units.
Yeah,
If correct.
yeah, I have to go get my book, but I think it's 90 units when the entitlement would be almost 200 units under the current comp plan. And there are no bald eagles nesting on that property, if that was one of your concerns, Commissioner Saunders.
Wait, it's not your turn yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Commissioner
Oh,
LaCastro.
no, but if Commissioner Saunders wants to finish, no, I'll wait, because I'm going to talk about a different issue, not
Okay.
D.
Then Commissioner Saunders.
I really wanted to kind of highlight what could be built on that property right now. So I was simply going to ask staff a couple of questions about the existing situation there because it's already zoned for RSF 3, I believe.
Correct. For a portion, yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't know how many units that is, but I want staff to, the reason I was asking for it to potentially be put on the regular agenda was, have staff do a little presentation on it. Clarify what could be there right now.
Okay.
Nothing. Commission's approval.
Sure.
You have that presentation right now. If you want it.
Mike Bosey, Planning and Zoning Director, not official presentation, but what I can tell you right now is the majority of that property is zoned RSF 3, 3 units an acre. What they're requesting is 90 units on 71 acres, so that represents a down zoning to basically about 1.2 units an acre. That is what they're requesting. They're currently allowed 3 units an acre by the current zoning.
Right. And so from an environmental standpoint, how valuable is that property in terms of wildlife and that sort of thing? That was one of the other issues that was discussed.
And I will turn that question over to Ms. Jamie Cook, the Development Review Director. She was just talking about that she's going to provide the environmental.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jamie Cook, Director of Development Review for the record. As part of this application, environmental planning staff did go out to the site. There was not a bald eagle nest on this site. It has actually moved further to the west. They are proposing to preserve a portion of the property in accordance with the LDC, and they will have to go through all of their state and federal permitting for any listed species, as would any other development.
I am as well. And thank you, Commissioner Kowal, for sharing your in-depth knowledge.
May I add one more thing?
Of course.
'Cause I think somebody from the public made a comment if anybody's ever walked that property. I have walked that property several times. And in the capacity of my former career, we had a few very nuisance homeless camps back there that we had to deal with. Actually had a body dump back there from a murder case off of Bayshore several years ago. So I'm familiar with that property back there, and it probably needs a facelift, in my opinion. So.
Well, I'm glad you walked it,
Thank
so
you.
that keeps me from having to.
That moved him from the B team
Oh, yeah.
to the A team.
Yeah, we'll move him back up to the A team, even though he isn't here. All right, Commissioner LaCastro, anything on this agenda item?
No, actually, Ms. Cook answered my question that I would
So
have had.
you're all good?
So I am.
So with that, I'm going to call for a motion for the acceptance.
I'll move to
approval of
approve.
the agenda.
I'll move to approve the agenda in summary.
Sorry.
It's been moved and seconded. We approve the agenda as amended and discussed. Any additional comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, same sound. So moved.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 2, agenda and minutes. Item 2A is the approval of the March 24th, 2026 BCC meeting minutes.
So move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we accept the minutes as presented. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
We're going to assume Commissioner Kowal is in favor of that. All opposed, same sign?
Yeah, I said aye.
Oh, okay. Opposed, same sign, same sound. So moved.
That moves us to item 4, proclamations. Item 4A is a proclamation designating June 2026 as Youth Leadership Collier Month, to be accepted by Courtney Curatolo, VP, Alumni Relations and Foundation Development, Leadership Collier Foundation, and Youth Leadership Collier Class of 2026. Congratulations.
Hang on one second. I'm going to read the proclamation first, if that's okay, because we have a whole pile of them here that want to hear about this. Whereas Youth Leadership Collier, a program of the Greater Naples Chamber Leadership Collier Foundation, strives to develop ethical leaders committed to activity, community, and involvement. And whereas the Youth Leadership Collier program is open to Collier County High School juniors who have an interest in furthering their knowledge about the county and community leadership. And whereas the Youth Leadership program empowers students to become effective leaders through hands-on experiences and field work with key organizations, while encouraging them to return to stay in Collier County to begin careers in the community and leadership. And whereas the Youth Leadership Program is a week-long intensive program that gives students firsthand experience in different aspects of the community, including government, healthcare, law enforcement, business, agriculture, media, human resources, and the environment, and the arts. And whereas the Youth Leadership Collier program is celebrating its 21st year of leadership, reaching close to 1,000 students to date, now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners and the Collier County, Florida, that June 26 be designated as Youth Leadership Collier Month, and invites the citizens of Collier County to join in recognizing the leadership for the contributions of the community. And I personally want to thank you from the Board of County Commissioners, and I signed this. So, there you go.
I think that's happened for you. I think that's happened for you.
Because I read it incorrectly. Of course. Which one of you honorees gets the plaque?
Brooke's the most responsible. Look at
There
she
you
raised
go.
her hand.
There you go.
That's it.
We're going to give it to you.
That's it. Leadership.
A future chairman of the board right there in front of me. You gotta
get up front. There
all
you go.
guys in the back. All guys and girls. Remember, if you can't see the camera, it can't see you. Official photographs first. Don't move.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. How long did it take? As a student here in college, I was taken to a field trip at Rotary Bay, and it was a life-changing.
Keep it.
And I encourage you, please, I know it's beating a dead horse, that the motion is already passed. But the thing is that property. Come see me after the damage. I would love to have a word. Thank you so much. See the lady out front. Get
Thanks for being here. You guys look
How you
sharp.
doing, young man? Thank you.
You guys look sharp today.
Thanks for coming this morning. Good to have you.
On behalf of the Leadership Collier Foundation, we want to thank you for your service and your dedication to the leadership of this community and our youth. Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you.
Commissioners,
I'm sorry. No, I was going to say now.
Commissioners, that moves us to item 5, presentations. Item 5A is a presentation of the Collier County Business of the Quarter for June 2026 to Northwestern
vote?
Mutual.
Do we need to
That's
approve
right.
that proclamation?
Don't we need to
Vote.
vote?
We need to vote on
The
the.
proclamation.
Wait a second. I'm the chair. He keeps superseding
you're
my
right.
power. We do need to vote
Yes,
on
sir.
that. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair, even though you are remote.
I'll move to approve.
Welcome, Mr. Chair.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We accept the proclamation as stated. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, so moved. There we go. Thank you for helping, I think.
Anytime.
think.
Now this moves us to item 5A. This is a presentation of the Collier County Business of the Quarter for June 2026 to Northwestern Mutual, the Bouchard Financial Group, to be accepted by Anna Beach, Development Officer, Wes Davis, Wealth Management Advisor, Growth and Development Director, and Jesse M. Bouchard, Managing Director representing the Greater Naples Chamber of Commerce, are Tina Sorokovic, Associate Manager, Success and of Member Success, and Heather Gage, Director of Executive and Office Operations. Congratulations.
Good morning. Good to have you. Good to have you. Good to have you, sir. Good morning. Congratulations.
Good to see you. Good to see you as well.
And good to see you.
Congratulations. Oh, there you are again. Who gets the plaque? Thank you. Gotta have the plaque. Troy. Would you like to say a few words?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much to Collier County, the Naples Chamber, my firm, and of course my partners, Wes Davis and Anna Beach. So I'm Jesse Bouchard, Managing Director for Northwestern Mutual, the Bouchard Financial Group located here in Naples at 4851 Tamiami Trail North. I grew up in Naples since 1992. I'm a proud graduate of Naples High School, so go Golden Eagles, and I'm a proud graduate of Florida Gulf Coast University, so go Eagles. I'm a double bird. I want to give a special thanks to Commissioner Hall, because I live in District 2, so thank you for the fine work that you're doing for us in North Naples. And so who are we? So Northwestern Mutual Bouchard Financial Group, we've been insuring citizens of Collier County and Naples for many, many years. We are a Fortune 100 company. I have owned the firm for 4 years now, and what we do is we specialize in individual lines of insurance, life insurance, disability, long-term care. We're the #1 provider of insurance in the United States, and we also do full wealth management services for people, families, and businesses. We are creating economic opportunity and impact here in Collier County through investment in real estate for business growth, as well as creating jobs for career changers in the financial advisor space, and for people seeking team roles and office roles as well. So Youth Leadership Collier, as you grow through the ranks, keep us in mind for career opportunities. But we are deeply involved in Naples, involved with the Naples Chamber of Commerce, the Children's Museum of Naples, the Botanical Gardens, Make-A-Wish Foundation, just to name a few of the organizations that we contribute to and give back to through time, talent, and treasure. And hopefully you all see me again see me at some point in the future, because after my career winds up in financial planning, I have aspirations for government work and working amongst these fine gentlemen here up front. So thank you all once again for the recognition and the time. Have a great meeting, and God bless. Thank you so much.
If I'm not mistaken, I think we just heard a campaign announcement there. Commissioner LaCastro, would you like to say a few words?
I do. I have something a little bit out of order. Probably should have said it a little sooner, and it concerns the summary and consent agenda. But first, I'll say that was probably one of the greatest Business of the Month speeches ever. All the details you got in there, you were like a NASCAR driver. I'd like to thank everybody who supported the Mobil, Texaco, DuPont, McDonald's, Burger King, Chevrolet. But it's great to see local citizens like yourself from I really appreciate you saying you went to high school and everything here, growing up through the ranks. And I tell you, I welcome the campaign announcement, because I think one of the things we don't have enough in our county and counties across the country is people stepping up to run for public office. These jobs often look easy from the sidelines, and when people say what a horrible job we're all doing, and then nobody runs for office. So keep that goal in mind, and even to the young people that are here, if you really want to make a difference, you're doing it right now as a high school student in the program that you're in. But public service is really an important piece of a county, of a city being successful, and you need people with experience, qualifications, and passion and desire to do these jobs. I challenge you to follow in Mr. Bouchard's footsteps and never apologize for saying, you know what, I think I want to do something in public service. What I did want to say is, I I really value public comment when they come up here. And when I was chair, I was probably the most lenient on, and we all have really backed off from, hey, if the light's turning red, we're not going to be, rude and cut somebody off, because the whole reason we are here is for the public. This isn't our meeting. This is a citizen meeting that we run. But I do take exception when I hear oftentimes, the public, come up to the podium and make the assumption or the accusation that somehow we're squeezing stuff into the summary and consent agenda, sliding it under the door, burying it on the back page. First of all, no commissioner up here sends notes to the county attorney and the county manager and says, I would like these 10 things on the summary agenda. The agenda is built by the staff, and it's gone over in painstaking detail by our county manager and our county attorney. And if there's something on there that we're violating code or law, or we're doing something illegal, immoral, or unethical, they're the first ones to catch it. Now, we've caught things before that maybe weren't illegal, unethical, or improper, but we just felt it was an agenda item. You saw some of that, discussion here. But never think for a second that, the five of us are conniving behind closed doors saying, oh, let's see if anybody's smart enough to catch this, and we'll try to get it approved. The other reason why it's on the consent and summary agenda, and it wouldn't be known to the public who downloaded this agenda maybe a couple of days ago and then said, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. When I see things on this consent and summary agenda that are big, major, heavy items, and maybe to the naked eye who was not in any of the meetings we've been in with staff, hasn't done a deep dive for many months, like Commissioner Collier said, he's been, burning a lot of shoe leather, not only walking that property, but talking to citizens and whatnot. The reason why, more often than not, we don't have a problem with something beyond on-consent and summary is because all of us know the deep dive we have done with staff. We already have our questions answered. So if it was a question to any of us that something was improper, illegal, immoral, or I'll just speak for me, I didn't have enough detail to leave it on summary and consent. It's a 5-second note to the county manager saying, and we meet with the county manager on a regular basis, and especially all day yesterday, which is our normal process the day before a commissioner meeting, and we can pull anything off that we want. But the invisible part to the citizen is not knowing the depth of how we have been briefed on the topic, and so that does matter as well. But I just I thought for clarification and to get it on the record, it's not that we set the consent and summary agenda with some sort of secret plan to get everything approved with one big vote. There are some big things on here, but the five of us at times have taken months to do a dive through those summary and consent agenda items. And our fail-safe is the county manager and the county attorney who, if they felt, and I'd also say clerk of courts, I don't know if, Ms. Kenzel's in here, but she does a great job sending us notes and a summary of every agenda. And if she has serious concerns about anything, it's her job to say to us, hey, I think this one maybe should be an agenda item, and often does give us that type of input, which is very valuable to us. So I just thought, especially with the students that are here, to understand sort of how things work. It's a lot deeper than just print the agenda. We all say yes or no, and then we all leave. It's much deeper than that, and we spend a lot of time in this building when citizens aren't in this room going over all these details. And so that's how sometimes when something looks like a 30-second vote, it could have been a 1-year discussion with plenty of people, walking the area, so to speak. But anyway, just wanted to clarify that.
And thank you for that. That's a nice clarification on how we conduct our business. And it's important to remember that, especially for those that are fairly new here, when folks come to that podium, unless it's even if it is a sworn, I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, people are allowed to say anything that they want at that podium, short of defamation. That's where I will stop it. And so just because someone makes a representation at the podium doesn't mean that there are not other interests that are looking to get fortified. So remember that as you're moving through this public process. People have the right to say virtually anything they want, and as we're going through that process. But I had a young man come up, right there you are. Make sure you get out and make a date so that we can have a talk about about what it is that you want to do. I had a young man come up and started talking to me about that one issue there down off the end of Bayshore. So it's easy to get caught up in the emotional aspect of what's in fact transpiring, but just remember that people are allowed to say virtually anything that they want. So, all right, let's get on.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 7, public comments on general topics not on the current or future agenda.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. We have 5 registered speakers here in the room and 1 on Zoom. Your first speaker is Jay Colhagen, and he'll be followed by Arthur Usland.
And I want to preface this by saying that this is for items not on today's or any future agenda item. So if you have an issue that's going to come up in the future on another agenda at another date, I'm going to stop you. Good morning, Jay.
Hey, good morning, Commissioners. Jay Collier for the record, 34112. I have growing concerns regarding both aerial and aquatic chemical spraying taking place throughout our county and across Florida. I recently spoke at FWC Commissioners meeting to share concern about this environmental impacts of these spraying programs, particularly the aquatic spraying. I have witnessed environmental damage at Lake Laclusa in Volusia County, and Lake Trafford has already experienced severe impacts. I fear other lakes and waterways should face similar outcomes if these practices continue. Aquatic spraying introduces chemically directed into ecosystems that our wildlife, fisheries, and communities depend on. Many of us are concerned about this long-term effects that repeated chemical applications may have on the fish populations, aquatic vegetation, pollinators and birds, and overall water quality. Our lakes, wetlands, and waterways are among our most valuable natural resources. And as we move forward, I believe mechanical harvesting should be seriously evaluated alongside of other management tools and as part of a more balanced, environmentally responsible approach to aquatic vegetation management, reducing our dependence on Chinese chemical treatments that they don't even use in their country, and expanding the use of physical and biological management methods that help protect both water quality and aquatic ecosystems. I have also written the governor and our state representatives regarding these concerns. I'm asking this board to take these concerns seriously and bring them to Tallahassee's attention. Florida's natural resources, fisheries, waterways, and quality of life depend on it. And to wrap this up, we're not going to poison our way out of this problem. We must pursue solutions that protect both environmental and public health while preserving our lakes and waterways for the future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay.
Your next speaker is Arthur Usland. He'll be followed by Richard Schroeder.
Thank you for letting me speak. For the record, my name is Arthur Osland. I live at Village Walk of Naples, area code 34109. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in horticulture from Iowa State University. My training involves pesticide usage in all types of intensive agriculture, including health issues involving chemicals. I have been involved with the study of pesticides most of my adult life. I could probably write a book, but it's not necessary. Silent Spring by Rachel Carson was published in 1962, exposing the dangers of indiscriminate pesticide use. She explains all aspects of the pesticide problem scientifically in language the layman can understand. I would like to suggest that all of you, if you have not already done so, read this book. Please read it a second or third time. There is a huge burden resting on your shoulders, involving any decisions that you make involving pesticides. Retention ponds are affected by all aspects of the environment. Chemicals applied by landscapers and arborists can eventually end up in the retention ponds. Pond management. Companies frequently apply pesticides directly to the lake water to control algae and plant growth. They spray pond banks with glyphosate to control invasive weeds. Polluted pond water is frequently sprayed into the atmosphere by irrigation systems. Managing pesticides in an environmentally competent way requires oversight from independent experts whose opinions are free from concern for company profits or other issues. Ignoring expert advice can be disastrous. Unusual situations can take place at any time. For example, the emergency mosquito problem in the Marco Shores Key Marco area. Millions of insecticide-resistant mosquitoes swarmed inland to find blood and then returned to the salt marsh for breeding. A continued spraying of insecticides will produce more attacks by pesticide-resistant mosquitoes and include behavior adaptations. The retention pond banks at Village Walk of Naples are another example. When I was on the Village Walk HOA board in 2023, I argued that the best way to control erosion was with plants. My recommendations were ignored. I was astonished at the time by the size of the list of the pesticides put into the pond water by the pond management contractor previous year. Extensive erosion is now taking place in Village Walk of Naples. There's erosion under the dredge socks, coming out underneath the dredge socks. Next, please. This is erosion next to a installed dredge stocks. It was just recently installed. Next.
Your bell is up.
Okay, sorry.
There's no sorry.
Thank you for listening.
If you would make sure you give a copy of your presentation to the court reporter so that we can make a correct record of that, I would appreciate it.
Your next speaker is Richard Schroeder. He'll be followed by Daniel Hamilton.
I heard him speed up when the 30-second bell went off, and Terry starts leaning into her typer. Good morning, Doc.
Yeah, good morning, Commissioners. Richard Schroeder, retired physician. I'm here to support Jay Cole Higgins' concerns, and it sounds like Arthur's too, concerns about spraying toxic chemicals in our waterways. Here's a quick rundown on just a few of the chemicals being commonly used around here. One of them is Aquathol K, or Endothol, and it's a dibrominated salt of a chemical concoction whose product label warning reminds me very much of the fluorosilicic acid produced from the fertilizer plants and then dumped into our water supply that you guys so wisely remove from our drinking water. Thank you, thank you, thank you all. And this chemical requires a hazmat suit for use and is corrosive, and it can cause irreversible eye damage and can be fatal if swallowed or inhaled directly. Another one, and I can't even believe it's on the list.
Doc,
but it's been...
Stop it for a second.
Stop.
There's a mass exodus happening behind you. These young people don't want to listen to what you have to say, so
That's interesting.
Try not to interrupt, sorry. They
Yeah.
have to be at the courthouse.
How did that work out for you?
It was wonderful.
Yeah. 1 second.
It's all right. This is just a chemistry lesson.
They're all far more knowledgeable than us. So, go on ahead and go, and then we'll see you. Do what? All right, Doc.
All right, thanks. So the next one is glyphosate. I can't even believe it's on the list, except that I know it is because it's been made by Trump and the EPA necessary for our national defense. So, but glyphosate in its aquatic formulations, this compound has been banned in most countries in the world, and it's got a really long history of causing cancer in humans, particularly non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. The National Institutes of Health documents toxicity to a wide variety of aquatic life in humans. It disrupts our microbiome, and because it acts at the mitochondrial level, that's in every one of our cells, it can affect almost any aspect of living organisms. Imazapyr is another one. It's a chemical which effectively sterilizes the soil for months and by extension, the microbiome of humans and other living creatures, just like glyphosate. Diquat disrupts cell membranes and interferes with photosynthesis in plants. It is not degraded by microbes and remains in the sediment indefinitely. Interestingly, ethylene dibromide, or EDB, is a carcinogenic trace contaminant in diquat, which originates from the manufacturing process. So that just continues to accumulate in the environment and, of course, gets into our water supply eventually. Another one that's been around since the 1940s is 2,4-D. And what it does against the plants is it induces cancer-like behavior in the plants. And in humans, it's probably an endocrine disruptor with a strong link to thyroid disorders. And on and on and on with all these chemicals that will eventually find their way into our drinking water. I'm with Jay and Arthur on using non-chemical means of aquatic species management. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doc.
Your next speaker is Daniel Hamilton, and he'll be followed by Garrett FX Byrant.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Daniel Hamilton, and I am a resident of Golden Gate Estates. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today and would like to ask 2 questions regarding the infrastructure and public safety in our rural communities. First, I would like to ask about vegetation management and utility reliability in Golden Gate Estates. For several years, I and many other residents have observed overgrown vegetation, trees, and brush in close proximity to overhead utility lines throughout our area. These concerns are not merely speculative. Just Sunday, an overhead power line failure occurred in my area, resulting in a tree catching fire, a response from fire department, and utility crews being dispatched before power was ultimately restored. Given these reoccurring issues, what coordination currently exists between Collier County and Florida Power and Light regarding vegetation management in Golden Gate Estates? Additionally, has County reviewed the impacts and costs associated with storm-related and vegetation-related utility failures following events such as Hurricanes Irma and Ian? I would also respectfully ask my district commissioners or commissioner whether he has personally visited 30th Avenue Southeast off DeSoto Boulevard to observe these conditions firsthand. If not, would he or county staff be willing to conduct a site visit so these concerns can be evaluated through direct observation? My second question concerns roadway infrastructure. As Golden Gate Estates continues to grow, what is the current plan and timeline for roadway resurfacing and improvements in the rural areas of Golden Gate Estates, specifically along DeSoto Boulevard South and surrounding roadways? How are these projected projects prioritized within the county's capital improvement plan, and where does our area currently rank in that process? Thank you for your time and for addressing these concerns on behalf of the residents of Golden Gate Estates.
Daniel, make sure you get your contact information to our court reporter there so I can reach out to you. And I haven't been to 30th in a minute, but I don't have any problem in going. And on we typically don't answer questions, but we've convened East 951 Horizon Study Committee that was ongoing for 2 years. Currently, they're in review of the GMP, the Growth Management Plan for Eastern Collier County. It's going on right now. I have a town hall once a month on the second Wednesday, tomorrow night, as a matter of fact. So I invite you, because you'll learn about all of those questions if you start attending those meetings. Make sure we have your contact.
Mr. Chair, I have his information here. I'll send it to your aide.
Please.
Thank you.
My executive coordinator.
I'm sorry, your executive coordinator. That is my mistake, sir.
Yes.
It shan't happen again.
Titles mean something.
Okay.
Thank you again. God bless you all.
Yes.
Your next speaker is Garrett Byrant. He will be followed on Zoom by Justin Cobb.
First of all, my name is Garrett Francis Xavier Murphy Byrant.
You know, I was going to do that.
And I was named after a Catholic priest. You know that.
I know.
And he was gay. I already told you that.
I did not know that.
He was my uncle's boyfriend. I'm not kidding you. And my brother gave me this shirt.
That's TMI.
Okay, for 3 minutes, Garrett. Let's
it's
get
going to be
it.
real quick because it's bizarre, okay? This is part of my trust fund battle, which I like to update everybody on that because it has gotten literally bizarre because the individuals stole my fake identity that I was creating all of the other goody two-shoes projects, the David Lawrence Center, the shelter for abused women, all the crazy stuff, okay, was created under the guise of the United States Army military. And it was Dr. Leachy who said, "You realize what you got?" And I said, "No, what do I got?" He says, "Well, you got monopolar hypomania." I said, "What is that?" He says, "Well, it's sort of bipolar disorder, but you don't get depressed. You get crazy, and then you bite people because you're a wolf." That is true. Dr. Leachy told me this, and this guy's a lieutenant colonel, and he said, it's very rare, but it does happen. Now, unfortunately, my ex-wife's husband decided that he was going to be also me, which he created another corporation, and he called it a trust, okay? The only trust was, it was him, okay? He actually stole my trust using county documents, of which I don't think that's right. So that is why I'm up here crying the blues. And I brought 2 pictures of the 2 different characters in this insanity, okay? My insanity was I used Lawrence Talbot Incorporated. Nobody knows who that is. That was my Goody Twos projects that I worked on with the county. And Lawrence Talbot is actually the wolf man, okay? I've got a great picture of him here, which I will put in. It's coded. Everything's got here. And then my ex-wife's husband, he created Warren Zevon's version of the handy-haired gent that made a muck in Kent. That's where my ex-wife's husband is that's trying to steal my property from me. Anyhow, this is interesting only to the extent that this is the 4th year, and I'm now in federal court, and they're saying, you know what, your brother-in-law actually, believe it or not, your brother-in-law actually sold all your mining stuff that Bill would be very familiar with. He's the only guy that knows about mines, right, Bill? Okay? Correct. He knew my brother-in-law, too, that ate his own gun. Okay? That's sadly enough, I'm just submitting this, and the last thing I've got to submit is actually the last piece of cement that fell on my car after the last hurricane. And Mike, I want to tell you, Mike Bosey actually literally took me through the county process. He took me over and showed me the woman that handled the FEMA complaints where the building fell down on top of my cars. They floated out of the parking lot, and FEMA showed me a podium and said, push these buttons. And the buttons were all ignored by FEMA, and the building is still falling down. This is a piece of it. It looks like it's got too much stone in it, Bill. You take a look at this. I'm thinking, wow, that's why that building's falling down.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you very much.
Mr.
And
Chair.
I'm submitting these to the county manager because she has the largest piece of stone.
Okay.
Okay?
Your final registered speaker for item 7 joins us via Zoom, and that is Justin Cobb. Justin, you're being prompted to unmute yourself if you'll do so at this time. Justin Cobb, you're being prompted to unmute yourself if you will do that at this time. We're going to take one more attempt here, Justin. Justin Cobb, prompted to unmute, and no response, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we'll close that portion of our agenda. There we are.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 8, Board of Zoning Appeals. Item 8A will require commissioners and the audience to be sworn in and for commissioners to provide ex parte disclosure. This is a recommendation to approve a resolution of the Board of Zoning Appeals of Collier County, Florida, providing for the establishment of a conditional use to allow a 150-foot tall monopole communications tower within the Estates zoning district with a Wellfield Risk Management Special Treatment Overlay Zone W-4 pursuant to sections 2.03.01B1C12 and 5.0509 of the Collier County Land Development Code for a 2.65 plus acre property located at 1589 Everglades Boulevard North at the southwest corner of Everglades Boulevard North and 16th Avenue Northeast in Section 31, Township 48 South, Range 28 East, Collier County, Florida. Let's start with ex parte, and then we'll go and get everybody sworn in.
Okay, Commissioner Kowal, do you have any ex parte, sir?
Yes, I do. I have emails.
Emails. Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have emails and some meetings.
Commissioner Hall,
I have no ex parte.
Commissioner LaCastro.
I have emails on 8A.
And I have emails and phone calls on 8A. With that, everyone who's going to speak, please rise.
All right, we will begin with the applicant.
Okay.
How do I move the? Good morning, Commissioners. Mary Solik, 121 South Orange Avenue, Suite 1500, Orlando, Florida. I'm legal counsel for Vertex Development, who is the applicant on this particular project. With me today is Alan Ruiz, who is the principal of Vertex, Jen Frost, who is a senior vice president of real estate and operations for Vertex, Alexa Ruiz, project manager, Keenan Chinook, who is the RF engineer from T-Mobile, and Maiko Yanis, who is the RF engineer from AT&T. We are proposing a 150-foot alternative design wireless communications tower located at 1589 Everglades Boulevard. As you've heard, it's in the southwest corner of Everglades Boulevard North and 16th Avenue Northeast. You see an aerial of the project on the screen. The property is 2.65 acres, and it's owned by Belkis Sandianas and Leonardo Sergate. It is improved with a single-family residence, and our project will have a separate entrance off of Everglades Boulevard, as you can see there. Here is a focused in shot of our compound layout. We will have a 50 by 50 foot compound on a 70 by 70 foot lease area. We're proposing an 8-foot opaque fence, which complies with your code. And we are required to preserve vegetation on the site per your code. This slide shows in the cross-hatched area on the southwest corner of the site the vegetative preservation area. I told you this was an alternative tower design, and that is because we are proposing screening of the antennas with the shrouding materials you see here on the left. Each one of those, do you have, does it come up here? The left, each one of those shrouding levels is a carrier. On the right-hand side is a picture of an installation that just has one carrier on it, but when this site gets loaded up, you'll see the 4 stacked on the, well, you'll probably only see 3 stacked on the left. Good now? Oh, there we go. This is so cool. I don't get this everywhere I go.
We like cool things.
You like cool things. Another very cool thing you do is you have speaker cards outside for each individual item with the item on it. I have not seen that anywhere else. That is so helpful to the community.
It is.
Good best practice. This is our fall zone letter from our Florida registered engineer that indicates that the tower will have a fall zone radius of 50 feet, and that is in the unlikely event of tower collapse. This is the existing and approved towers map. You see most of this area is Golden Gate Estates. Here's our tower location right here. You've recently approved some other towers in Golden Gate Estates. This one up here, that's a 140-foot monopole. This one is a 184-foot monopine. Down here to the southwest, that's a 140-foot monopine. And then there are existing towers further to the west that are already on air. The RF engineers are here, but I'm going to just scroll through their coverage maps quickly. If you have questions about them, I will stay in my lane and bring them up to answer the RF questions. This is the current T-Mobile coverage map. This is the proposed location. Again, white is bad. That's no service. And here's what we get when we add this tower to the network. All that goes to green, and you eliminate the white in the surge area. This shows some of the other locations I told you that had been approved that are coming online. So here is the project we're talking about today. These are the other 3 towers that have been approved recently. And once T-Mobile has all of those installations installed, you'll get much better, more seamless coverage out there in Golden Gate Estates. Since we started this process, AT&T has given us a letter of intent that they'd like to use this tower too. So coming out of the gate in Golden Gate, we're going to have 2 carriers on this pole. So your constituents will have a choice of coverage and carriers. These are the AT&T maps without the site. Here's our proposed site. You see the red. The red's not good. They also show the site up to the north that they have planned, but it's not currently active. And this is what they get when you add that site to the coverage. This is an important statistic. Cell phones provide a good public service. These are statistics from your Collier County Sheriff's Office. You'll see that in 2025, down here at the bottom, 88.5% of all 911 calls come into the Sheriff's Office on a wireless handset. You're seeing an influx of Golden Gate Estates tower applications because of a fairly recent comp plan amendment that you all approved in 2019. Towers were not allowed in Golden Gate Estates before that. You adopted a new GMP policy to allow them, but you added a couple of additional specific conditions for this area. It has to be on a property that's 2.25 acres in size, and it has to be adjacent to a collector or arterial roadway. This particular...
$20.
Yep. There is.
I was hoping it didn't come from my team. So, and this particular application meets both those threshold requirements. It's a 2.65 acre property, and it's located on Everglades Boulevard, which is considered a collector or an arterial roadway. That's all I have for you. I'd like to reserve time for rebuttal if there are citizen constituents. Do you have any questions for me or anybody on my team? Your staff has recommended approval, and we would ask the same.
I would like, if you could, as we go through this, but I would like to make sure if you could have T-Mobile provide our staff with their coverage maps. Because one of the things I would like to coalesce at some stage, because we did review the GMP amendment. Thank you for acknowledging that. But I would like to coordinate the new tower installations with the coverage maps that are accompanying those that are typically held in reservation by the providers and as private information. So if you could, I saw you put up a couple of maps there showing the coverage of the towers and what in fact can transpire, but I would like to have that become part of our process as we're allowing for and approving these towers.
Commissioner, good suggestion. It already is. All of those coverage maps were provided as part of our initial application, and trust me, the staff fly specs them, and they've come back. This is my second tower that I've done out in Golden Gate Estates, and they've come back and asked very critical questions of us, like, okay, we just approved one 1.5 miles north. Why can't you use that one? So your staff has vetted that very, very well, and that information is part of, there's a very, very long piece of your agenda package that has our entire application package in it.
Yes.
And all of those RF maps are in there.
Thank you.
Any other questions for me right now?
Nope, we're all set. Thank
Okay.
you. I think Commissioner LaCastro, did you have a comment for her? Or?
No, I mean, I was going to make some comments, and then I was going to make a motion for approval unless somebody else.
We have to see if there's any public speakers.
We have no public speakers registered.
Public speakers.
I do need to correct my ex parte. I do have emails on this item.
Oh, there you are.
I was corrected. I stand corrected.
Okay, you stand in corrected. Commissioner I'm going to go to Commissioner Kowal first. Do you have any comments, sir?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, very good. Commissioner LaCastro.
So before I make a motion for approval, I really wish the high school students were here because part of their education was to learn like what happens in here. So just briefly, there's no decision we can make up here that's ever going to please everybody. And I just wrote down here the 3 emails that I get on a regular basis, we all get on a regular basis that are this way are, when are you going to spray for all the mosquitoes? You guys have dropped the ball. We're getting infested in our neighborhoods, and nobody cares about us. And I digress. I know this isn't cell tower, but I'll tie it all in. You all sit on your hands. I'm a taxpayer. I'm a voter. I'll remember this at the polls. Email right below it. why are you polluting our neighborhoods and spraying, blah, blah, blah. So that's one. Number two, if you idiots want to save some money, stop planting rose bushes in the medians. Nobody cares about the landscape in the medians. It's a waste of money. Second email, why don't you do anything about the medians, blah, blah, blah. Third one, cell coverage. I live in an area, this is 2026. I don't know what stagecoach you commissioners got off of, but I'm in rural areas where I get 5 bars 24/7, and you morons aren't smart enough to work with a cell phone tower. Email right below it. Why are you turning Collier County into Miami and throwing these unbelievable eyesores all over haphazardly everywhere? And then a hurricane comes, and then that same person sends a note and says, I can't get a signal anywhere. Oh my gosh, So having said that, first of all, I appreciate the more detailed presentation on towers. We've had those sometimes before, and it's like, here's the map, here's what we want to build, end of discussion. I want to hear that you've gone above and beyond on landscape, that you've taken that in consideration, that you've put an opaque fence, that you have a private drive, that you've worked with the property owner. Usually all that goes without saying, but when you don't get it on the public record, then we all vote for it after it. It's like, oh, another one that you just, blindly approved. But I make a motion to approve this because I can tell you, just looking at the map, and I have so many dead areas in my district that we've worked really hard to bring cell phone towers to and have had success. But then other times when this room's filled by the citizens that all live within a 3-mile radius and they think the tower is going to turn their neighborhood into Miami, it's like, okay, well, I can't force feed somebody to build a tower there, and we're certainly not going to, force feed an approval. But I too appreciated the maps because I'm going to use those in response to sometimes citizens who go, oh, that tower's worthless. Well, your coverage is 0, and here's where it's going to be now if you don't want that. But so I just want to say thank you. And it would have been a good lesson, I think, for the students in here to see that everything's not so yes or no, black and white. You make 100% people, happy all the time. But I make a motion that we approve this one, obviously.
Second. Are there any comments? Commissioner Cowell, you good?
I'm good, thank you.
All right, it's been moved and
Can I just ask you one question?
Sure.
I'm sorry. When I took a meeting on this yesterday and was talking to the county staff, there's a few towers around Collier County that are sort of disguised as pine trees. This one might not need to be because it's in an area that maybe already has some camouflage. But just briefly, is that something that you all take into consideration, that when something's in a very visible area? You might not be the person to ask, but I was just trying to educate myself yesterday, talking to staff, saying there's some towers that are just out in the open, and I'm not saying they don't look like eyesores, but they have a very important function. And then there are a few around the county that are sort of disguised a little bit so that they, sort of blend in a little bit. Anything you'd have to add?
Certainly.
Yeah.
And I've been doing cell tower zoning work since 1997, long time.
So you are the right person.
I am the right person. And I have seen different iterations of tower camouflage design develop over the years. I would say 10 years ago, we were doing flagpoles or monopoles. Now the carriers refuse to use them because they're so limited in space. All the antennas have to be inside the top of and it's only, what do we got at the top of the pole? 12, at the top, 4 feet in diameter. The carriers can't get all their equipment in there. So now we're looking at more, sometimes we have to do camouflage applications. In other jurisdictions, it's required. We had, to meet the setbacks on this particular project, we had to do an alternative tower design. So that's why you're seeing the shrouded monopole that we've proposed. That shrouding allows the carriers to get all of their antenna and all of their radio heads up there, get all the equipment that they want, but we still screen it from public view. We've done monopines in other jurisdictions, but our experience has been that they can be polarizing. They're not universally accepted. Some people love them, some people hate them. There is no universal reaction to a monopine. They are difficult to maintain for the tower owner. It's constant maintenance on them. The branches fall off. I just had a very protracted case in the city of Orlando over a monopine. The citizens were furious about the fact that the pine branches could fall off and get in the stormwater system. So again, they're not universally accepted. We do them where we have to. We think the shrouding is a better alternative. And that's what we've proposed on this particular project. Your staff has agreed that it meets the criteria for an alternative.
No, I appreciate that
tower
answer, because when I speak with citizens, I want to speak with specificity and knowledge, and you just added a little bit that, yeah, flagpole sounds like a great idea, but then you don't, it decreases capability or what. So
Absolutely.
everything you just said, at least for me personally, it was extremely valuable.
Good.
So thank you.
Okay, no further comments? Been moved and seconded, we approve the agenda item as presented. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, same sound, so moved.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 9A. This is a recommendation to adopt an ordinance amending the Collier County Land Development Code to provide for the comparable use determination process in the industrial district. This is the second of 2 hearings, and Mr. Michael Bosey, your Director of Planning and Zoning, is here to present or answer questions.
Good morning, Commissioners. Again, Mike Bosey, Planning and Zoning Director. This is the second hearing for the Industrial Zoning District Comparable Use Process Adoption within the Land Development Code. At the first hearing, the Board of County Commissioners asked the County Attorney and staff to contemplate adding the comparable use process to the agricultural zoning district. I provided a memo with some pros and cons within the attachment to the executive summary related to those pros and cons. But I also wanted to recognize we had indicated that we could adopt this as part of the industrial comparable use process, add on the ag comparable use process. After further discussion with the county attorney's office and review of 163-3174, we need the LPA, the local planning agency, your planning commission, to review that proposed land development code amendment before it could be adopted legally. That it would create a procedural due process issue, and the last thing we would want would be to be hung up on a procedural due process issue to adopt it, then have to go do it again. So we're going to take it back, have staff do its customary review, take it to DSAC, and then to the Planning Commission and bring it back. That'll probably take 3 months. We'll be back to you with the process. With the agricultural zoning district comparable use process, there really wasn't any additional questions that you had related to the industrial comparable use process. I think we can adopt that without any further discussion. But I would ask that, included within your motion, direct staff to take the agricultural comparable use process back to DSAC and Planning Commission, then ultimately bring it back to the Board of County Commissioners for adoption and ratification.
And before you, in the original hearing that we had on this, there was a recommendation by DSAC to include agriculture in the CUD. Why wasn't that recommendation addressed at that particular point in time before it went to the Planning Commission, before it comes back to us for 2 readings, and then now we're wanting the agriculture in there?
That was a recommendation from DSAC.
Yes, sir.
We hadn't had a discussion with the Board of County Commissioners. The Board of County Commissioners had directed staff to adopt the comparable use process for the industrial zoning district. We needed to bring that question to the Board of County Commissioners for direction.
Okay. So I'm in favor of what's in fact going on, but my suggestion is, and if my colleagues agree, that in the event that somebody else comes up with a bright idea as we're moving these things forward, that we don't belay the process because of our processes, that we take that recommendation, have a look at it, bring it to the Board of County Commissioners, certainly a time between the DSAC meeting and the Planning Commission meeting to bring it to the board to see if there is an idea of approval in that regard, so we don't belay something that I think theoretically is good for the community. So I'd like to see that coming forward when all of our advisory committees, we have these advisory committees to the Board of County Commissioners for that reason, and when someone comes up with a better mousetrap, I want to talk about it.
Sure.
Okay? So take a motion for approval.
I'll move to approve.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. What?
Does that include direction to bring back the agricultural comparable use determination process?
Presumably it does.
Yes, as written.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the agenda item with the agricultural, or the approval, the process for the agricultural zoning to be considered. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
You say aye?
He did.
All opposed, same sign, same sound. Okay, same sign, same sound. So moved. Thank you.
Commissioners, I think we can take a couple of our utilities items under item 11 before we have a court reporter break.
I believe that's a good idea.
All right, that moves us to item 11A. This is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners, as the ex officio governing board of the Collier County Water Sewer District, award invitation to bid number 26-8627 to Douglas N. Higgins, Inc. for the Northeast Water Reclamation Facility Deep Injection Well Equipping and Conveyance Project in the amount of $6,343,000. Approve an owner's allowance of $600,000. Approve a budget amendment and authorize the chair to sign the attached agreement. Mr. Matt McLean, your interim Public Utilities Department head, is here to present or answer questions.
Good morning, Commissioners. Matt McLean, again for the record, your interim department head for Public Utilities. Appreciate the opportunity to bring several items before you today, including this one that's associated with our Northeast Facilities Program. We do have a brief presentation if the board would like that, or we can answer any questions that you may have, whatever's the pleasure of the board.
Got one yesterday.
Good.
If there's no registered speakers, I'll move for approval.
No one's
Second.
lit up. It's been moved for approval. It's been moved and seconded that we approve the agenda item as presented. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, same sound. So moved. That was a very
Thank
good
you.
job. That's number one.
Let's move on to item 11B. This is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners, as the ex officio governing board of the Collier County Water Sewer District, award invitation to bid number 26-8621 to Youngquist Brothers LLC for the Golden Gate City Wastewater Treatment Plant Injection Well Number 2 installation project in the amount of $10,999,395. Approve an owner's allowance of $1 million. Authorize the chair to sign the agreement and approve all necessary budget amendments. Again, Mr. Matt McLean, your interim Public Utilities Department head, is here to answer questions or present at your pleasure.
Any questions? Public speakers?
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the agenda item as presented. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, same sound. So moved.
Thank you.
Commissioners, if you'd like to take a court reporter break now, then we could take the Ave Maria item prior to our no sooner than 11 o'clock time certain.
You wanna do that? We'll come back at 10:30.
Very good.
Straight up. Everybody would please kindly take their seats. It's only Commissioner Saunders and I, so we can get a lot more done.
I can't do anything.
Well, Commissioner Kowal's on. Oh,
I'm on.
yeah, there we go. There we go.
Commissioners, before we get started with our Ave Maria petitions, we do have the Mosquito Control District representatives here because of a request that we received from Everglades City regarding spraying due to an abundance of mosquitoes down in Everglades City as well as Goodland and Plantation Island. So if we could just invite the representatives to the podium to explain what's going on and the cost as Everglades City is asking for assistance from the county.
I would enjoy that, yes.
In Copeland as well, we've seen a few of those, and that includes that whole area.
Good morning. My name is Jonathan Little. I'm the Director of External Affairs with Collier Mosquito Control District. So yeah, this would include Copeland, Plantation Island, Chokoloskee, and Everglades City. We have been receiving a lot of reports of mosquitoes from those folks. And the first step we did was we went down there to get data. And our field techs were finding, to this day, up to 300 plus mosquitoes landing on a single individual in the span of just 2 minutes.
It's crazy. I was in there Tuesday night, and it's thick. That's me speaking, by the way.
So as you're aware, these areas fall outside of Collier Mosquito Control District boundaries. And because of these reports and the request from the mayor of Everglades City, we are here to answer any questions about the potential cost to the county and to seek approval to help provide these folks with some relief over the next few weeks to months.
So with that, my main question, because I shared that I was there on Tuesday night, and you couldn't stand still. So my question is, what is the additional expense that is associated with the assistance?
Yeah, so we provided an estimate ahead of time. The county manager might have that there. So this is the estimated cost per treatment, and this is variable depending on fuel costs at the airport, and then the fixed costs are pilots' times and our cost of treatment materials of those as those have already been purchased. So we estimate anywhere, depending on the material used, about $1,200 to $2,200 per treatment. In the proposed agreement, we set an expiration date of September 30th, and I talked through it with our deputy executive director, and to provide full-scale treatment until we can estimate that the salt marsh mosquito situation will be at bay. We estimate a max cost to the county of $40,000 to $50,000 in all in.
All right. Now, when I was there on Tuesday night, I'll get to you in a second, Commissioner Saunders. When I was there on Tuesday night, there was concerns expressed because of the necessity of the food chain for all of nature and so on and so forth. And if you can't, maybe Patrick needs to answer this question more, not that you're not qualified, but the efficacy of the truck treatment in relationship, because the truck treatment is more specific to the residents on their streets and the areas where the people in fact are, and you don't have nearly the dispersal with winds that you get from the aerial.
Yeah. And right now there are no truck treatments in those areas anyway. And my understanding from the city is that their truck that we had previously sold to them for $1 is no longer operational after the storms anyway from the past few years, the past few hurricanes. So this would be their only source of treatment right now outside of hiring a private company. In terms of natural food chain habitat, the salt marsh mosquito is one species out of almost 60 that we have in Collier County alone. We don't target the majority of mosquito species. We only target the species that can impact human life. And so this is just one species that lives in the area. They emerge from the mangrove beds and are very aggressive biters. So there's no concern about disrupting the natural habitat of our community or those lands that surround the mangroves.
Do you have truck treatment capacity?
Yes, we do. My strong recommendation would be aerial treatment.
I'm sure of that. Assuming the request gets passed, and we'll find out if it does or not, I would like for you to address the city council just to talk about the different methodologies for spraying, and then get a consensus with regard to their wishes along those lines as far as whether we regularly treat aerially or with a truck.
Okay, that's Everglades City
Yes, correct. The city
Council,
council
and-
at
all
Everglades
right,
City.
and we'll try to move as
Copeland
quickly as
doesn't have a city council, do they?
No.
I'm sorry, Patrick, what'd you say?
We'll try to, I think time is of the essence, so we'll try
There's
to
no-
address that with the
There's no
mayor.
argument there.
Okay.
Commissioner LaCastro, and did you light up?
I did. I was just going to ask a question that I think may have been sort of answered, and that was what the total cost would be. You estimated 40 to 50,000. I would suggest that we put a cap at 50, and if it's going to exceed that, then they come back to us.
Yeah, and in the proposed agreement, we did include a placeholder for a cap. And that is, like I said, the high-end estimate, depending on the rains and when those mangrove beds become completely flooded. It's no season's ever the same, but typically by mid-July, this species is starting to lessen in population due to the fish predators that get into the mangroves.
And then our allocation, assuming it passes, would simply be for the request of Everglades City, wouldn't be used for anything else other than.
It would include Plantation Island, Copeland, and Chokoloskee, but that would be you're paying our exact cost for treatment for those areas.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any issues with that. I just wanted to make sure we had a cap on it.
Thank you, that's a good idea. Commissioner LaCastro.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Love, first of all, I want to thank you for your attention to detail and your sense of urgency in responding to the citizens in my district. As you saw, I answered every email, and I put you and Mr. Lynn on it because I knew you would chime in with more specificity, detail, for the citizen that maybe had details kind of incorrectly. And then I think it also showed them that we do care, because a lot of the emails were, you're not doing anything, your arms are folded, and then on a Saturday afternoon when I answered that email 5 minutes after it came in, and 10 minutes later you hit reply all. I think we're telling the citizens we are doing everything possible. Although I know the answer to this, and I ask you to just give the short version since you're making a formal presentation now, much like you did in a couple of emails to my constituents in Copeland. Explain why they are not on the map of coverage and why we're paying out of pocket here. You did a great job replying back to people when they just said, you've forgotten about us. And then, you tried to, you were very eloquent in not sending them a 3-page answer. But I think it's important that if anybody's listening now, and really just for the record, and then on top of that, what is that process? We know the answer. To get them added to the map, and what are we doing about it? Because a lot of the emails were like, we're on the map, you're not spraying us. And then when you said you aren't, it was like, well, why aren't we?
Right.
And then you answered those. So I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, so our district boundaries are set by the state legislature. It's a common misconception that Collier Mosquito Control District is part of county government. We are not. We are our own unit of local government called an independent special district. And like I said, those boundaries are set by Tallahassee. Previously, those communities had not expressed an interest, which comes with an added tax burden, though with their home values it would be small, of being part of our district. And over the last 2 years, it has been very clear that those sentiments in those communities have changed. So what we're presenting here today would be a short-term solution for this summer, but we are more than open and willing to go through the process of adding those communities. And with that, there's been additional communities approved for development by the commission since our last expansion, and we could encompass those as well. So when those homes are built, they're included as well. So the first step would be we would need to do a survey so we get the exact borders, and then the county would have to pass something saying that they're interested in it, and it would have to go to the state, and a bill would have to be filed and passed and signed by the governor. So for transparency, it's not an easy process. It could be a 2 to 3 year long process, but it is something we are willing to do for a long-term solution to provide relief for those communities.
But we always have the option, like we're going to do right now, for a temporary type of service to cover those.
And we did this last year, and we were happy to do it as a courtesy, but we couldn't continue to do that on a year-by-year basis.
Right.
But until that happens, until a potential expansion happens, any time that they are experiencing a bad salt marsh season, every year is not going to be bad. But any year they're experiencing one like this, until the time that they are full members of the district, we're happy to come with a proposal to provide temporary relief.
And I confirm and concur with what you said to a couple of my constituents in Copeland who said, well, I never voted on anything saying I wouldn't pay a tax, but there's a lot of new people that have moved into these communities. And like you said, there's some other communities. So I think it is time. So I think we're looking at two different things here, obviously, voting on a temporary solution like, as we've done before. But
yeah, and I would say today is not the time to vote on expanding district boundaries. We
Right,
probably want to
right.
do an extensive presentation and research.
Well, that was going to
on
be my
that.
second thing, that we continued that
Yeah.
at an
Yeah,
appropriate
we're
time.
happy.
And we've done it before. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, it went up to the state and it came back sort of semi-disapproved, right? Or it was
so
half approved.
The
or-
first year, it did not receive a hearing in committee, so the bill died in committee. And then in the 2024 legislative session, it passed the House and Senate unanimously, and we were able to expand our district boundaries.
Right, yeah. So it's not like we haven't tried. So obviously,
Yeah,
I think
I
at
mean-
a separate time, we really should make this a
Yeah.
priority
and
so
it-
you can do it again.
And there's a long history of expanding our district boundaries. When our district was founded 76 years ago, it only included 6 miles of Naples proper, and has expanded as our community has grown. So,
Why other? I don't know if Commissioner Saunders did you actually make a motion with a $50,000 cap?
I don't
think-
believe I made the motion.
Okay, but I think, I'll make a motion and I'll incorporate Commissioner Saunders. I think that's a wise decision, to start. If you all hit a point where the 50,000 didn't sort of cut it, we can talk. But for the sake of now, just to get you all started, I make the motion that we approve this temporary solution with a $50,000 cap. If you get close to it, chime in and let us know if we haven't completed the job and given these people the service they deserve.
sounds good.
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. For Commissioner Colwell, do you have any comments?
Nah, I'm taking it all in. It
Okay.
makes sense.
Very good. I'm in support of the motion, but before we start, when we have the discussion about the district boundary expansion, I don't want to include mass areas that are different. I want it to be regional, and I want it to be specific, because there are folks in the Everglades City area that aren't smurfy about spraying at all, and there are some people that aren't happy about it as well. So, and the second comment that I have is, we get called upon regularly because this area is not within the district bounds, but one of the things we may give consideration to, if there is consensus amongst us and the communities, is an MSTU, municipal service, MSTBU maybe, so that everybody were to be paying a proportionate share for and until the district can do their maneuvers. There's another fine. We've collected 3 fines today so far with phones going off during the meeting.
And that will help pay for these treatments.
Yeah, exactly. So with that, it's been moved and seconded that we approve this request, and we're certainly happy to do it. Any other comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, same sound, so moved.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Absolutely.
Commissioners, that moves us to our companion items, item 9B and 11C. Item 9B is a recommendation to approve an amendment to the Town of Ave Maria Stewardship Receiving Area, designating an additional 2,042 plus-minus acres within the Rural Land Stewardship Area zoning overlay as part of the Town of Ave Maria Stewardship Receiving Area, and amending Resolution Number 2004-89 and 2005-23 or 234A as amended, the Town of Ave Maria Stewardship Receiving Area.
Let me interrupt you 1 second. I want to just ask a technical question here. We have a time certain at 11 with regard to the Veterans Nursing Home, and I think there's only a couple of people here to speak. Would you rather go? I know Commissioner Saunders, you'd set that at a time certain. Do you mind if we went a minute early?
I have no problem. I just want to make sure that I knew there were a couple people that would be interested, and that's why I set the time. So we can take that in, I think, anytime you want.
And in the event that somebody, I can't imagine there's going to be an objection to what it is that's being proposed, but in the event that somebody does come at 11 o'clock and wishes to speak, and or after we've started into this, because this is going to be a rather lengthy hearing, so let's go ahead and do the time
Yes,
certain
sir.
at 11.
All right, let's go back. This is our add-on item, item 10A. This is a recommendation that the board receive an update on continuing efforts authorized under the declared existence of a valid public emergency to take any necessary actions to address a controlled, recognized environmental condition identified on the site of the proposed state veterans nursing home. This item was brought to the agenda at Commissioner Saunders' request, so I'll hand it over to Commissioner.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, just as a way of a quick introduction, John Mullins and I started talking about adding this agenda item, I think on Thursday of last week, to update the board on some activities that have occurred. And I think it turns out that putting this on the agenda actually is a good thing, because there's been some misinformation out in the public. I think we've all gotten some emails saying that what's happened here is the project in jeopardy and all of those things. So this hearing will clarify that. As we've noted in the last meeting when we discussed this and declared that emergency, there are two different paths that we're looking at taking, both of which will be successful in terms of dealing with this issue. The one approach is to clean the property in advance of beginning construction. That's more costly, but the manager has a pathway to make that happen, and she's got the authority to spend those dollars and make that happen if that becomes necessary. The contractors that are involved in that process have indicated that they can have this property completely cleaned in 90 days. Contracts have already been executed to start that process, and Mr. Mullins will be able to explain a little bit of where we are with that. And then I think in a couple of weeks, those contracts or that contract will come back just for ratification after the fact. And the second approach, and I was not able to make the trip to Washington with you gentlemen, but while you were in Washington, you spoke to all of our federal elected partners there to let them know that the way to do this project the right way and the least expensive, the most effective, is to do the cleanup of the arsenic during the construction process. And that's the way it's all been laid out. And it looks like we're going to be able to succeed in going that route. So we have two paths. We've always had two paths to do this since we declared that emergency. But there's I think there's some confusion out in the community now that the sky is falling and the project is in jeopardy. That is not the case at all. And the other thing that we're going to do this morning is announce the groundbreaking. We had a telephone call with the Florida Department of Veterans Affairs yesterday, and they confirmed that July 10 at 10 a.m. will be the groundbreaking for the nursing home. That will be followed with a reception over at the VFW facilities on Neff's Way. So the sky's not falling. Everything looks good. This board has taken all the action necessary, especially when you were up in Washington and talking to our federal partners. And I wanted to take this opportunity to clarify where we are. Mr. Mullins has a little PowerPoint, and I think when he goes through that, it'll be pretty clear as to where we are.
And for the record, John Mullins, your Director of Communications, Government, and Public Affairs. And the Commissioner forgot to say spoiler alert, and that groundbreaking announcement is probably the last slide of this presentation. And I apologize for the rudimentary look of this, but what we want to do is put up the key points of what I'm about to cover so both the public and the media understand what is and what is not happening. And as the Commissioner said, first, your efforts in D.C. Late last month did have an impact on the VA. A virtual meeting that we had shortly after your visit between the VA, FDVA, the county, and the state's contractors was notably more collaborative than previous written correspondence from the VA had suggested. Notably, the environmental specialist from the VA's Office of Construction and Facilities Management clarified that their role is to review not approve construction grant checklist items, and that's an important distinction. The VA has now confirmed that all environmental assessments and related remediation plan approvals fall under the authority of the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. FDEP will determine what, if any, remediation is required prior to construction based on state and federal standards. And as you may recall, FDEP has previously approved a soil management plan that allows for the remediation of contaminated soil during the construction phase, rather than requiring it to be completed immediately. However, the VA also outlined some outstanding items required for a complete environmental assessment of the property that the state had not previously included in its contractor's project scope. These include evaluations of such items like wildlife, noise, floodplains, transportation and parking, cultural resources, and air, soil, and water quality. Now, while the county and its contractors addressed some of these items during past development planning for the broader golf course property, certain assessments must be updated to reflect the specific residential and healthcare nature of this facility. Now, given that the state won't have access to funding until after the start of its next fiscal year on July 1, the county has taken proactive action. In the interest of time and utilizing the emergency authority granted by this board to protect our federal construction grant status, the county has directly engaged Kimley Horn to complete the full environmental assessment package. Now, a draft of this report will be reviewed by the county, then concurrently reviewed by FDVA and FDEP for feedback before finalizing. And the full environmental assessment package will then be provided to the VA. So, in essence, the VA, again, as a reviewer and not an approver, has not deemed the FDEP-approved soil management plan inadequate, simply incomplete, as there are other environmental components needed to fully satisfy the VA construction grant checklist requirements. Now, since the virtual meeting with the VA, local and state partners have met with FDEP, which is committed to completing any reviews and approvals of the full environmental assessment within our VA-prescribed 180-day timeline. That said, and as the Commissioner mentioned, development of the contract and scope with Suffolk Construction for the immediate remediation of the property continues in the event that the full environmental assessment prompts FDEP to determine that some level of immediate action is the only way to satisfy state and federal environmental requirements within the 180-day grant award window. And as the Commissioner said, given these developments, what's the current confidence level of the state that this project will move forward? Ta-da. Confident enough to announce the scheduling of the groundbreaking ceremony, which will take place Friday, July 10th at 10 a.m. at the Golden Gate Parkway rear entrance to the facility. It's the same parking area that was utilized for the property dedication ceremony back in January. And as mentioned, a reception will follow at the VFW Post 7721.
Mr. Chairman, just one other comment that I would make, and that is that this really is a state of Florida project. And we've been on weekly phone calls for the last year to work with the state to offer our assistance, to do anything that we could do to make sure that everything went smoothly. I think the state Department of Veterans Affairs was caught somewhat by surprise when they received a letter from the Federal Department of Veterans Affairs saying, hey guys, you have to take some other steps here. We have volunteered to offer to help with our lobbyists in Washington, our lobbyists in Tallahassee, and of course the Commission has approved the expenditure of funds and even the manager the authorization to enter into contracts. So we are assisting the Florida Department of Veterans Affairs, but it's their project. And so we offer, sometimes they accept and sometimes they don't. Right now they've accepted all of our offers of assistance to make sure that this gets done.
Outstanding. Outstanding. Is there any public comment on this?
Troy?
Commissioner LaCastro.
I'm sorry. There is, I'm sorry. Dr. J.B. Holmes.
We don't have to let Doc speak.
Thank you. I thought you forgot about me then.
No, I'm just a little under the weather today, sir. My fault.
Okay, no problem. Commissioners, Mr. Chairman, my name is Holmes, Dr. J.B. Holmes. I'm pleased to be here today, and I'm real pleased to hear Commissioner Saunders' presentation on that. And I want to thank you. I want to thank all of you for all the work you've done behind the scenes on this VA nursing home. As Commissioner Castro said, you guys have done a tremendous amount of work beginning in 2018 and 2019 on this project that nobody sees and nobody recognizes. You've done an outstanding job, and I believe we're now down to the last hurdle. And I want to thank Mr. Mullins, John Mullins, because he's always there to help and assist and give information. And he had a prompt amount of information today. So I would only say that you've probably taken the wind out of my sails there, John, but anyway, it was all good news. I'm glad to hear that's going on, that it's going forward. I mean, I would like to know the amount of funds that are going to be necessary to clean that up, but we can discuss that perhaps later. I would like to have a copy of Mr. Mullins' presentation this morning, brief as it is. It'll help me to when I meet with members of the community on this subject. So, again, I want to thank you guys. You've got an outstanding job. I would only ask, the one request today was that we have this information be forthcoming. There's a lot of members of the communities, and as Commissioner Castro knows, there's nobody who gossips more than veterans and active duty personnel. So they've got all kinds of stories out there. I would ask that we be consistently presented with information, even if it's only on a weekly basis, even if it's just a brief meeting. You guys have done something every week, every month for almost 10 years on this project. And I'd just like to be able to relate accurate information to the community because I have been involved in it and I get a lot of requests to speak about it. And I want to have a straightforward answer that I can give that I know is correct.
Sure.
As one of you said a minute ago, there's all kinds of information out there that we know is incorrect and wrong, but I want it straightforward from the horse's mouth, and we'll call Commissioner Castro the horse, I guess, at this moment, or Commissioner Saunders, I guess, is the horse at this moment. So, again, I want to thank all of you. I want to thank John Mullins particularly, ask for his presentation so that Jerry Van Heck back here, who's probably going to go into that home pretty soon, Marine Corps League, who just joined the VFW today. So I want to again thank you. And I would recommend one thing that we've talked about this for a couple of years since this has become a big issue, that we form a committee of veterans to interact with the commissioners on matters of concern and interest to the community. Again, I thank you, gentlemen, and you, Mr. Mullins, also.
Thank you. Commissioner LaCastro, I bumped you off the thing. You still have a comment?
Yeah, I did want to make a few comments. I appreciate the presentation, Mr. Mullins, and the emails that you chimed in too. Same as Mr. Little from the mosquito control. You always have a sense of urgency to separate rumor from fact. I wanted to get on the record and fill in some of the blanks from our DC trips for citizens, because we obviously all got some emails at times, and when we travel, why are you all going up to DC? And well, last year when we went up to DC, I think that trip helped solidify a lot of us, a couple of years ago not even being on the list to get a veterans nursing home, and then all of a sudden we're on the list, and then we're number one, and then here it is. But to give credit where credit is due, it was you and your staff and Bridget and all those that work so hard before we go to DC to make sure we're meeting all the right people. And so that citizens understand this recent trip that we made, probably made more progress because Commissioner Saunders wasn't there, right? No
doubt about that.
We were all there in spirit as a team. But citizens need to know that every single meeting we had was so critical, and when we made one of our number one priorities to mention to these different influential people that we wanted to separate rumor from fact. We needed their help to clarify to either the VA or whoever. So we all knew we were paddling in the same direction with soil remediation. everybody was on it, from Senator Scott's office, all the way up and down. But it's also important for people to know, we met with Congressman Donalds, and, this isn't any kind of political statement, but, I'm proud of an elected official when they roll up their sleeves and do something. But citizens need to know, we sat in his office, we gave him the 30-second short version that we didn't believe the sky was falling, but we wanted to make sure it wasn't. And in 30 seconds, he scanned the letter that went from the VA to General Hartzell that was sort of cryptic and got us all a little nervous. And, I really think it was the local press that, immediately looked for sensational headlines, idiot commissioners caught with their pants down over soil remediation, that they got blindsided. And that's, JB, obviously what started all the rumors. It was veterans who read the news who saw that and panicked. But Congressman Donalds scans the letter in his office in front of him. He's like, wait, I got it. I don't need a long speech. Sends it to Secretary Doug Collins, who runs the VA, because they have such a great relationship, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, gentlemen, with 1 or 2 lines that says, help fix this or whatever. He didn't share with us, but he typed a sentence in 10 seconds, and then he put his phone down and he goes, yeah, mission accomplished, and then, as you said, stuff started trickling, down to us that, everything was A-okay. So it's important for people to know that. And that's why we go up there, and even if it's a 10-minute meeting, it sometimes, fixes a 12-month problem. And so I think we were all really thankful that our congressman had the relationship with the director of the Veterans Administration, and he could have easily looked at his staff and said, make a call to a call to a call, and talk to a staffer. He went right to the top guy, and I have no doubt that he got a reply, and that helped trickle things down. But we all look for. I just wanted to say that to sort of fill in some of the blanks and give credit where credit's due. And I thank my colleagues for going up there, and we made sure that we made this a priority, that we weren't nervous. We didn't think the sky was falling, but we definitely needed clarity and everybody in the same canoe paddling in the same direction. And, we got that immediately. So look forward to seeing everybody on the 10th. And, JB, make sure you have the crab legs and shrimp for the reception, at VFW. Now, you're on a tight budget as well, but thank you, sir, for you and your team, and for setting us up for success when we went to DC with lots of detail and printouts and read-aheads and things like that. So when we had 5 minutes to present a 2-hour problem, we were able to do it and get the response that we got. So full speed ahead.
And that program was put together very quickly, as you can imagine, based on the date of that letter. And your efforts in D.C. to make sure that it got into the right hands and the right people were engaged worked, because the person from the VA that we spoke with during this conference call was out of the San Francisco office. So the message was delivered from Naples, Florida to D.C. to the other coast in short order. And also, I would be remiss, I appreciate the accolades, but this is not done in a vacuum. And in the execution of this contract, given the emergency authority that you provided previously, procurement, facilities management, and the county attorney's office did yeoman's work in getting this put together and executed quickly. And that's why we will make every effort to beat that 180-day deadline.
Yeah. We won't lose the Veterans Nursing Home over soil. Correct. I can tell you that. Okay, we've done way too much work to get it to this level. Thank you.
Very good. I don't think there's no motion or anything required. This is just an update, so you can breathe. Carry on.
Let me make one point. This is a question for the county attorney, and I know the answer, but just for the record, the county manager still has full authority to execute agreements, provide the funding to move forward with this. The clerk of courts is aware of all of this and is signed off on it, but I just want to make sure, is there anything else that we need to do to continue that process?
No, the county manager has full authority.
All right, thank you.
There you go. Take no prisoners. All right, now we'll go to the one you read before. Forgive me, I'm going to make you read it twice.
No worries. All right, 9B and 11C. Let's start with 9B, and I'll reread at least the portion that I started with. This is a recommendation to approve an amendment to the town of Ave Maria Stewardship Receiving Area, designating an additional 2,042 plus minus acres within the Rural Land Stewardship Area zoning overlay as part of the town of Ave Maria Stewardship Receiving Area, and amending resolutions numbers 2004-89 and 2005-234A as amended the town of Ave Maria Stewardship Receiving Area to add 2,042 acres to the SRA and revise the SRA town plan and master plan in accordance with section 4.0807F of the Land Development Code, and specifically to add acreage to the north along the south side of Immokalee Road, which will become neighborhood general, town centers 3C and 3D services district, and parks. Add acreage on the east side of Camp Keys Road across from Pope John Paul II Boulevard, which will become Neighborhood General and Services District, to reconfigure Town Center 2B, increase the maximum dwelling units by 6,738 for a total of 17,738 dwelling units in the SRA, and increase non-residential uses by 996,000 square feet, update SRA master plan exhibits, and to amend the legal description. The subject property, consisting of 7,970 acres, is located north of Oil Well Road and south of Immokalee Road, and bisected by Camp Keys Road in sections 28, 31 through 33, Township 47 South, Range 29 East, and sections 4 through 9 and 16 through 18, Township 48 South, Range 29 East in Collier County, Florida. Its companion item, 11C, is a recommendation to approve and execute the attached amended and restated developer agreement with Ave Maria Development, LLP. With that, we'll first take ex parte, and then we'll get everybody sworn in.
All right. Commissioner Kowal?
Yeah, I have emails and just emails and correspondence on both.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Saunders?
Yes, I have emails and meetings in reference to this.
Commissioner Hall?
Emails, meetings, and calls.
A little more popular on that one. Commissioner LaCastro?
Yeah, I wasn't with Commissioner Hall, but I had the same thing. We didn't do it together, but I had meetings, emails, and calls as well on these.
And I as well, meetings, emails, and phone calls.
Very good. If everyone could stand that's going to participate, including public comment, to be sworn in by the court reporter. All right, we'll begin with Mr. Yovanovich for the applicant.
Good morning. For the record, Rich Yovanovich on behalf of the applicant. With me today are several people. David Genson is representing Baron Collier Companies, which is one of the partners of the Ave Maria Development Company that owns the property. We have Chris Scott, who's our professional planner, and John English, who is our professional engineer, both with Peninsula Engineering. Norm Terrell-Cock is our transportation consultant. Jeremy Stirk is our environmental consultant. And on the phone, if you have any questions regarding the economic analysis we did, is Lucy Gallo. As you're aware, the town of Ave Maria was the first SRA designated as part of the Rural Land Stewardship Area program that I think got approved around 2002. So this it took a while for more SRAs to come along, but as and this is mainly for the general public that might be listening, the SRA, the RLSA program was established in 2002 to protect property rights, to allow development to occur where it's proper for development to occur, and to also protect agricultural operations, and also to protect the environment. Ave Maria came about in 2004 and 2005. It's been very well received. It's a vibrant community. It provides, it's a self-sufficient community. It has its own community parks. It has its own neighborhood general. It has its own retail. It has Arthrex for employment opportunities. There's a lot of benefits from the establishment of the town. And candidly, it's done exactly what it was predicted to do. It's kept people who live out east. It's changed the transportation patterns. Instead of having people come to the urban area to receive their services are being provided through the town. And as I mentioned to Commissioner Hall the other day, there was an original assumption as to internal capture for Ave Maria. Your then assistant county manager thought that was too aggressive in internal capture and required that a lesser internal capture be applied to the analysis for transportation for the town of Ave Maria. And actually, the internal capture has far exceeded what was anticipated because of the fact that the town does provide its own neighborhoods, goods, and services.
Hey, Rich, just explain to them what internal capture means.
Sure. Basically, what that means is because the town itself provides employment opportunities, provides for retail, is providing for medical, is providing for all the things that the residents of this community needs, they no longer have to go and drive into the urban area to receive those services. So they stay put. Is the layman's term for internal capture, is they stay put. It's much like Marco Island. That doesn't mean people don't leave Marco Island, but they stay on Marco Island because they have those services provided. So there was an assumption, because this was the very first town, as to how it would function. A conservative approach was taken, and it actually has people are staying put more than was originally anticipated.
You know, and just as an additional point, I was in the back of the room before our staff took up that last row when Norm in 2002 gave the prognosis of 40% of the traffic leaving Ave Maria was going to go east. And I looked at the guy next to me and I said, there's nothing out there. Where are they going to go? And guess what? Where's 40% of the traffic coming in and out of Ave Maria going now? East. So there you are. That was a long time ago. 28. Norm was a lot younger then.
I think we all were, including yours truly. So the program was intended to provide opportunities for people to leave out east, and the goal was to have them stay put and change the traffic patterns from coming back to the urban area, and it's fulfilled its planned. We're here today to increase the town boundaries by a little over 2,000 acres. If you will recall, a couple years ago, we came forward and asked to have the maximum town size removed from the growth management plan. At that time, I think it was 5,000 acres, because Ave Maria had lands next to it to expand, and I think everybody agreed it made sense to have a minimum town size, but not to have a maximum town size. So we're coming forward to add the 2,000 plus acres that we had discussed at that time. We'll be updating the master plan. Mr. Scott will take you through that in greater detail. We're increasing the residential units in the town by 6,732 dwelling units for a per unit calculation of 2.2. Under a town, you can go up to 4 units per acre. We're increasing the goods and services by almost 1 million square feet related to the increase in density. We're adding 49 acres of an additional community park, and we'll show you that location of that additional community park. That's basically 3 times the size that's required by the additional land. So we're increasing the community parks to serve these residents as part of this process. We're making a change to one of the unit types. We're addressing the affordable housing that's required as part of the town, and we have some other, like minor changes. These are the areas that we're adding. 4 of them are big enough to see. This one, this one, this one, and this one, and then there's 2 small areas right there that we're adding to the town. That will bring the town to a total of 7,969.95 acres, which includes the university as part of that calculation. As you're aware, the RLSA was set up to allow for the designation of SRAs in the pink area. The pink area are the less environmentally sensitive areas, and where we're adding, you can see the areas that we're adding again are all within the pink area. So this is the area that when the program was established, development was intended to occur. We're not within any water retention areas, flowway stewardship areas, or habitat stewardship areas as part of our proposed project. Also, we're required to do another analysis of the NRI values as part of this, and the NRI values have to do with environmental sensitive lands. And we do not have any lands that score above a 1.2, which would be, if it's above a 1.2, no development's permitted to occur.
And NRI stands for? I know what it stands for. I'm
Inventory.
asking him. Thank you for
Natural
thinking I didn't
Resource
know what it
Index.
stood- Yes, correct. I just wanted him to say.
Natural Resource Index, and I'll try to remember it. I won't use that acronym again, so I don't get it wrong again.
Commissioner Saunders always asks the question he knows the answer to, so I just was taking heed.
As part of the program, there's a requirement that stewardship sending areas be designated. You get credits for designating those areas, which you then transfer over to lands to provide for the designation of stewardship receiving areas. Right now, there are almost 53,000 acres in approved stewardship sending areas as part of this program. And there's another 12,300 acres pending. So 65,000 acres are designated SSAs as part of this program. By way of Barron Collier companies, they have roughly 35,000 acres in SSAs for approximately 10,000 acres of SRAs. They have other SRAs besides the town of Ave Maria. So when you combine those, it's about roughly 10,000 acres. So you're over right now 3 acres to 1 acre, 3 acres in an SSA to 1 acre of stewardship receiving area. And that's been pretty standard for the other SRAs that have designated. So the program is working. You're setting aside lands to be maintained, not at the taxpayer's expense, but at the property owner's expense in order for the designation of an SRA. This is a recap for Barron Collier companies as far as the total number of credits so far and actual credits used to date. The lands, as I mentioned, meet the suitability criteria for the designation of an SRA. No scores above a 1.2. We provide more than the 35% open space that is required. As I previously mentioned, no flowway stewardship areas, habitat stewardship areas, or water retention areas. We have direct access to county roads. We're compatible with the lands adjacent to us. We're consistent with the growth management plan and the land development code requirements for the designation of a town. We have sufficient credits for the expansion for this project. One of the issues that came up at the Planning Commission was, in my opinion, not related to the designation of an SRA, but was important to some members of the community. As a funding mechanism for infrastructure, the state legislature established the town of Ave Maria Stewardship Community District. It's a funding mechanism for infrastructure. It's not a planning tool. It's purely a funding mechanism. There was concern that if this roughly 1,000 acre parcel that's within the town and is currently within the boundaries of the Stewardship Community District were removed from the Stewardship Community District, would there be a negative impact on, I'll call it, the current Ave Maria proper? And at the end, so we included a provision to make it clear that should the lands be removed, They can only be removed if there's an agreement between the district and the property owner that commits the property owner to paying their fair share of their impact on the district's infrastructure. The district provides roads, and the district provides water management. We're not tapping into the water management system, so there'll have to be an appropriate agreement with regard to the impact on basically the district's roads. So we've included this provision in the stewardship receiving area to address the future should these lands be removed from the stewardship district. I'm going to turn it over to Chris to take you through the master plan changes as part of this plan, some other items related to the establishment of this or designation of these lands as part of the town. And then we're available to answer any questions you may have. And if you have any questions at this point, I'm happy to entertain them. But otherwise, I'll move on to Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Commissioners. For the record, Chris Scott, Planning Manager with Peninsula Engineering. This is the updated master plan that is proposed as part of the amendment to the Town of Ave Maria Town Plan. I'll go through, the left side of your screen shows the existing master plan. The right side is the proposed master plan with the additions. There is approximately 320 acres of additional town centers. The majority of the expansion areas will be considered neighborhood general contact zone. And then there's slight increase in services, and as Rich had mentioned in some of the opening remarks, another 49 acres of community park. This does not change the existing university district, the town core area. I don't know how to clear that. With the additional land, we are increasing density and intensity within the town of Ave Maria. So there's a total of 6,738 dwelling units, close to 1 million square feet of goods and services, which includes retail, office, light industrial, some additional floor area for a proposed hospital within the community, and another 100 hotel rooms. I'm going to go through each of the large sections of land where the master plan is updating, starting in the northeast. The main roadway that you see extending is Ave Maria Boulevard, which will now connect to Immokalee Road, and it goes all the way through the town, connects onto Oil Well Road. There's Town Center. We envision this to be more of a business park, light industrial manufacturing area with surrounding residential that would tie into what is University District to the south. As you can see, there is some habitat stewardship area immediately adjacent to the southwest. The master plan does maintain the 300-foot buffer. We've incorporated large lakes that serve as a wildlife barrier to that habitat stewardship area. On the east side of this, there's water retention area with a potential interconnect to the northeast expansion area, which is now shown on your map. Another town center located. This is more retail, commercial, both Main Street type of commercial and highway, some higher density multifamily, residential, and the changes were the additional community park located on the south side of this picture would be a mix of both passive recreation trails that would go and overlook the water retention area, and then some active recreation as you move closer to Camp Keys Road. The purple area is additional public facilities, so that's intended for Ave Maria utilities. And then on the east side of Camp Keys, 1,001 acres. This is a large neighborhood general in the center There would be a neighborhood center area, lots of internal parks within the community. This is intended as an age-restricted community that would have its own amenities, a large-scale amenity center, fitness, restaurant within that neighborhood center in the center of the screen. It connects to the remainder of Ave Maria, so a main entrance right at Camp Keys and Pope John Paul II Boulevard. Some of the requirements that are being provided with this amendment, towns are required to provide a community park that's based off of the number of dwelling units. So for the 6,738 dwelling units would require 15.5 acres of community park. This amendment provides 49 acres as shown at this location. The RLSA program also requires affordable housing provisions be included. These were part of the 2022 amendments to the growth management plan. So for the additional area or acreage that is being added, that would result in an additional 511 affordable housing units. We are committing to meeting that. We've already identified 3 off-site locations. That is our preferred method. 2 of these sites are either under construction or currently going through permitting. So the Wavette Rose has received revenue bond by this board and is under construction. That's providing 230 affordable housing units for people that make below 60% of the annual median income. And there's a 99-year commitment on that. That site is located there. The Immokalee Fair Housing Authority is currently going through an expansion. They will be adding an additional 112 units, and then the final location has not been started yet, but we anticipate that starting potentially, at least through the permitting process, by the end of this calendar year. Another requirement of the RLSA program is to provide for a mobility plan. So the Town of Ave Maria's town plan has a very extensive transportation section. We've incorporated language to meet the current RLSA program requirements. We have updated what you see here as Figure 2, which is a pedestrian network map mobility plan to incorporate these expansion areas. Keeping in theme with transportation, part of the agenda is a companion item to amend the developers agreement. We have worked with county staff, the transportation department, on this throughout the process. And I'm going to go through some of these commitments that are in there. Along Immokalee Road, there is a dedication of 50-foot additional right-of-way for the full extension of the expansion. It's about 15.13 acres of additional right-of-way. There's also another 50-foot of right-of-way reservation, so a total of 100 feet, as well as 4 stormwater management areas to provide stormwater for any road expansions of Immokalee Road. Those stormwater management areas are based at 4 separate basins and will total up to 16.8 acres. Along Camp Keys, there's some immediate improvements that will be done prior to any COs on the development on the east side of Camp Keys Road. So the developer will design, permit, and construct 4-lane roundabout improvements at the intersection of Pope John Paul II Boulevard and Camp Keys Road. And then that would extend 1,600 feet both to the north and south of the roundabout along Camp Keys Road. Additionally, there will be a transit bus stop provided on the east side of Camp Keys Road. and a 10-foot multi-use pathway on the east side that would extend along the entire frontage of that SRA addition on the east side of Camp Keys Road. Other improvements along Camp Keys, the county has already started looking at that intersection of Immokalee Road and Camp Keys Road, right-of-way along that frontage of our development has already been provided for that expansion. So the county is currently pursuing those improvements. South of that, the developer will be designing, permitting, constructing, including milling, resurfacing, and providing some paved and additional shoulders along Camp Keys. That'll extend all the way down to Oil Well Road, as well as any cross drains that are necessary. As you approach Oil Well Road, there's additional right-of-way reservation for future intersection improvements there. The developer will be providing any interim safety improvements, which may include milling, resurfacing, signage, lighting, flashing signals, and all that would be done prior to the first CO on the east side of Camp Keys Road. In addition to the transportation developers agreement, we also have an agreement with the Immokalee Fire District to provide another 5 acres. The town has already provided location for a fire station, which is built within the town proper. This would be an additional 5 acres located north of the expansion areas along the Immokalee Road, Camp Keys intersection improvements. County staff and the Planning Commission have reviewed this. They've been very thorough during the review and have recommended approval, subject to the approval of the companion developer agreement. I will close the presentation. We are here with other members of the team if you have questions, and we'd be happy to answer those now.
Good. Do we have any questions of the applicant as of yet? All right, let's, do you want staff to make a presentation briefly, or? Yes, sure, please.
Good morning again. I'm Mike Bosey, Plan and Zoning Director. From staff's perspective, the presentation was very detailed in terms of the requirements and how they've satisfied those requirements, and staff is in concurrence all the way down to the fiscal analysis that was provided by a third-party review from Jacobs Consulting. What I would like to say in overall, this expansion over 2,000 acres to this town only enhances to the overall sustainability of the town. We talked about internal capture, and that has a lot to do with sustainability. The internal capture states that this town is going to provide a variety of land uses that are going to help satisfy the individual needs of the households within this town. And that's what the entire program is based upon. And I'd like to frame it in that respect. This is a 25-year-old program. It's adopted 24 years, so it's headed on 25 years, a quarter of a century. And we're just now starting to see the payback within these programs. You've got 3 manufacturing facilities out in Ave Maria, so you've got jobs, goods, and services. You're starting to see some traffic patterns starting to shift, where individuals who live in the eastern portion of the county aren't always having to come to the western portion for goods, services, and employment. And this is only a continuation of that. As the villages and the other towns start to fill out and build out, there will start to be even more of a synergy. It's going to create an economic engine of the eastern portion of the county that's going to help to provide good services and economic opportunities for those individuals to help balance out those commuting patterns. This is a long-term program, a long-term regulatory approach. And as the amount of close to 65,000 acres of SSA has indicated, the environment property rights, and agricultural protection are all winning in that regard. Those are the three scales we're trying to attend to. And as the program develops out, as it becomes closer to a more stabilized, built-out environment, you're going to see the benefits of this only being conveyed further. And for those reasons, staff is recommending approval and would answer any questions that you may have.
No questions up here. When I was reviewing this, I saw that one of the planning commissioners voted to reject it based upon representation of lack of infrastructure. Was it infrastructure with regard to this subdivision or at large?
It may have been influenced by some of the discussion that we had related to individuals from the community objecting to the participation within the CDD, which is provision for individual infrastructure.
Okay.
I think that could have been what that reaction was. It wasn't specifically specified, but I believe that's probably what influenced that remark.
Okay. And there again, I can ask that planning commissioner specifically. I just was, when I was reviewing this, I saw that and I thought that was rather unusual. So, thank you. How about public comment, Mr. Troy?
Mr. Chairman, we have 8 registered speakers here in the room, and while we have 14 registered on Zoom, only 9 are currently online, so 17 at this moment.
Okay.
Your first speaker, I'd like to remind our speakers, please queue up to both podiums for purposes of expedition here. Jay Colhagen will be followed by David Silverberg.
And you queue up Mr. Silverberg? David?
Can you queue up the other podium,
you queue
sir?
up at the other podium so that we're ready to go when Jay's done. Go ahead, Jay.
Jay Colligan for the record. Okay, another chemical dependent, 3 communities that will require damage control for years to come. And Ave Maria only had 5 mosquito treatments last month, by the way. Meeting after meeting, the future growth management plan keeps getting eroded away. Are we going to have water for everyone coming down here is the question. With traces of herbicides already in our water, which I do have some information on that. Sustainable potable water can be a challenge in the near future. That's another reason why we might need to, stop the spray. I guess to wrap this up, when you are up to your ass with alligators, it's difficult to remember that the initial objective was to drain the swamp. Anyway, thank you.
Your next speaker is David Silverberg. He'll be followed by Kim. I'm having trouble with the hand. Is it Feiner? Mr. Silverberg.
Hello, thank you for giving us this time. My name is David Silverberg. I'm a resident of Collier County, District 2. And full disclosure, I'm a candidate for Florida Senate in District 28. You said you wanted people to run for office. Be careful what you wish for.
You
be careful. Yeah. I'm learning. Now, other opponents of this have spoken out because of the environmental impact, the impact on wildlife, the impact on the panther habitat, and I will let them go into more detail about that. But I want to discuss a threat that's hanging over not only Collier County, but all of Florida, and that is the coming referendum on ending property taxes, or so restricting them that this county, I have seen estimates of a loss of between $62 million and $121 million in revenue. That money is needed, obviously, as you well know, for infrastructure improvement and maintenance. You add 2,000 acres here, and believe me, these people are not going to be internally captured unless you build a wall around this thing. That will put additional strain and additional demands on the Collier County infrastructure. And if that amendment passes at a time when the finances of this county could be broken and horribly. So while I am very concerned about it as a citizen, about the environment, about the panthers, about the wildlife, about the overall environment, this is a potentially, could be more of a strain on this county if that amendment goes through than the county could bear, and you will have losses in other areas. My recommendation is this should not even be considered until after the referendum decides what happens with our property taxes. Even then, I would probably oppose it. But at the very least, given the uncertainty of the property tax referendum, this is not a time to be building out something that's going to put additional demands on Collier County and its infrastructure. So I would recommend rejecting this plan. Thank you very much for your time. I'm available, of course, for questions and additional information.
Your next speaker is Kim Feiner. She'll be followed by Judy Freiberg.
Good morning. It still is morning. My name is Kim Feiner. I live in North Naples. My zip code is 34108. And like David, I'm running for public office. I'm currently thinking about how we're overburdening our resources in Collier County, including water, land, and wildlife. Tourists come to Collier County because they want pristine beaches, clean water, unique and abundant wildlife species, but we are failing, particularly at that last point. Municipalities and developers are doing their best to wipe out the Florida panther, the snail kite, gopher tortoises, burrowing owls, and the Florida scrub jay. And that's just naming a few of the species that are threatened. Uncontrolled development is accelerating habitat loss through urban sprawl with resulting ecosystem fragmentation, and this plan's got fragmentation written all over it, and blockage of wildlife corridors. If you're not into science speak, what this project is doing basically is kicking wildlife out of their homes and isolating them to their death for the most part, and I'm not over-exaggerating. Florida panthers, who have been endangered since 1967, are confined to a very, very small area here where we are in Southwest Florida. There are only about 100 or 150 panthers remaining. They are being devastated by roadkill, and that's just simply due to urbanization. We see that all the time in the newspaper, yet another kill. This commission has a responsibility to protect and support those panthers. This is a precious natural resource that remains. Do we really need another gas station, storage unit, convenience store on another corner? Florida Department of Natural Resources used to have these signs in all the state parks, and they said, "Welcome to the real Florida." So my question is now, is urban sprawl becoming the real Florida in this particular area? This isn't progress. This is destruction of wildlife habitat. When will developers be satiated regarding their thirst for more, bigger, denser developments accompanied by the destruction of this wildlife habitat? When do you call a stop to this? These developments in ecologically sensitive areas are problematic. Once the panthers go, they're gone. You can't bring them back, even though I know a whole lot about biotechnology. They're not coming back. They're going to be gone, and it's going to be a shame. You have an opportunity to recognize the importance of ecosystems, wildlife, and the quality of life over urban sprawl. You can be stewards of this land. I ask and encourage you to stand up for something other than money. Do the right thing. Vote no to approve this amendment. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Judy Freiberg. She'll be followed by Matthew Schwartz.
Thank you very much. My name is Judy Freiberg. I'm president of an statewide organization that is called the Democratic Environmental Caucus of Florida. And I'm president of the Collier County chapter of that as well. Now, I'm speaking to most of the people who hopefully are listening to this. And these people understand why overdevelopment is a threat to our ecosystem and a threat to, because the ecosystem sustains human life. So most people understand that if you put overdevelopment to a vote of the people in Collier County and the people in Florida, you would get a vote that says, stop all this. That's what would happen. So the problem is, I don't believe appealing to this body is going to cause them to vote no on this project and other projects. And why is that? Because we all tend to believe growth, profits, are the engine that drives the economy, which is good for us. We all believe that. And the people up here who are elected, they believe that as well. That's why they're voting this way. The reality is, most of the people in Florida are beginning to understand that that's not really true. We don't have to have all this growth. And we don't have to put these things up that are going to destroy our ecosystems. But the issue's not galvanizing, and here's why. people don't really care about the Panthers. They care about their own lives. I will tell you the issue that is uniting people all over the country and is starting to unite people here in Florida to stop all this overdevelopment, and it's these hyperscale AI data centers. What's happening is all over the country is you've got people who are MAGA supporters and people who love AOC hand in hand going up to these councils and saying, don't build these. And here's why. Because the data centers threaten human habitat, and where they have been built and been established all over the country, that's what's happened. You don't have potable water where you live or in your businesses, and you're fighting for energy, basically. That's what's happening. And so the communities are being destroyed that live around these things, and that's why this is happening. Overdevelopment's doing it too, but it's 10, 20 years away. So my advice to everyone is don't vote for people who are going to make their votes based on the profits of business and developers, because that's really what's happening here. The whole county, I was listening to all of the people who are talking about why this is going to protect the environment. Who you listen to, who pays those people's bills? It depends on which person you're listening to. That's why I talked to you, Matt the Welder, because Matt the Welder's a Republican who really understands this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Matthew Schwartz, followed by John Reynolds. Matthew's been seated.
Go ahead.
Matthew's been seated 6 additional minutes from Patty Whitehead, who is right there.
Before you
3
begin,
additional minutes.
And
before
Matthew,
begin,
when you
clock,
raise your
I've been
hand,
looking at these sunglasses under the podium, and somebody left them.
when you raised your hand, I didn't hear you say you would tell the whole truth. I just saw you raise your hand.
I do. I will. I
Good morning,
promise.
sir. How are you?
Good. Good afternoon, or good morning. Matthew Schwartz, I'm the director of the South Florida Wildlands Association. We are a local nonprofit that works for the protection of wildlife and habitat in the greater Everglades. Why are we here? Because this is central to our mission, protection of wildlife and habitat. This program, as you heard, is going to develop 2,000 more acres of Ave Maria, more than 7,000 new homes, almost 1 million acres of new retail, commercial, hospitals, et cetera. A big expansion into an area that's virtually unpopulated right now. The Ave Maria is not, the lands that are being developed are. Nobody lives there. And I'm going to say that's true of almost all of these lands you're developing in the RLSA. I need to say that to preface what I'm going to say further on. You're developing completely unpopulated lands. And I might as well talk about that now. Those lands are agricultural. People who own those lands pay taxes. Guess what you pay, or what the county pays, to service those people on those lands who don't exist? Almost nothing. Let me scroll to something I picked up here. American Farmland Trust and other organizations that look at these numbers, residential land costs $1.10 to $1.32 per dollar in taxes raised. If for every dollar raised, you're spending $1.10, $1.32, because people live there, they require services. Everything from schools to DUI judges. When we look at rural lands, nobody's there. The profit is tremendous. For every dollar that's put in on rural lands, paid in taxes, counties spend 13 cents to 96 cents for every dollar raised. That means they're in the black with those lands. You're not making any money at all on all this growth. You're spending money on services to new people moving into the county that the existing residents are paying for. Let me talk a little bit about the ecology. When we went, recently we had the meeting on Corkscrew Grove East. You approved, you're not the developer, you approved another 1,500 acres. The developer was there saying this land is not important. He's not a scientist, he's a developer. It's all secondary habitat. Secondary habitat is not as important as the primary habitat in places like the Florida Panther National Wildlife Refuge, but it provides a tremendous benefit to that habitat. It buffers it from noise, light pollution, traffic, which we know is the leading cause of death of Florida panthers. All the panthers are being killed, true this year as well. 8 panthers dead, all by cars, 4 of them in Collier County. That will be true at the end of the year, it will be true next year. Most of the panthers are dying in Broward. I mean, most of the Panthers are dying in Collier. I mentioned Broward because I had a discussion recently, just a few minutes ago, comparing Broward to Collier County, and people make that comparison. They say, here's Broward, Collier County on the west coast, here's Collier on the east coast, and we're becoming another Broward. People say that all the time. People are moving here from Broward County because it's too crowded. Yogi Berra had a very funny line about a restaurant somebody asked him about. He says, nobody goes there anymore, it's too crowded. And that's what people are talking about when they talk about Broward, and they're afraid that that's going to happen to Collier. Collier will never reach the density, or probably won't be in my lifetime. It's not going to reach the density of Broward, one of the most dense counties in the country, or in Florida for sure. 2/3 of which, by the way, is Everglades. A lot of your county is public land as well. A lot of those public lands, when we talk about the Panther, I have to mix a little bit of science in here in the 6 minutes that I have, dwindling rapidly. All of Everglades National Park is virtually meaningless right now for panthers. The Burmese python has pretty much wiped out the prey population of Everglades National Park. That's true of the southern parts of the Big Cypress National Preserve. Even when they do have habitat, it's not viable habitat during big chunks of the year. When those areas are inundated during the wet season, panthers are not going to be in the Big Cypress. They move north exactly into this area. They migrate north because of the hydrology. It's incapable. When I walk in the Big Cypress and I'm walking knee-deep, waist-deep, even neck-deep in the sloughs, wildlife, deer, opossums, everything is moving as far as they can away from those wet areas into these uplands. That's what you're developing, all the uplands. And it seems to me, I mean, just to talk, I mean, it's not that nobody wants to denigrate this commission, but it seems like you don't care. It simply seems like this commission shrugs off all these impacts to wildlife. The Florida panther is our state animal. It only has a breeding population in Southwest Florida. It's a remnant population of the puma, which used to run from the western United States to the Atlantic coast. New York City was puma population, was puma habitat. Atlanta, New Orleans. This is all that's left of the puma in the entire country, in the entire eastern part of the country. And you folks, you five folks, are the stewards of this land. And you're not being good stewards. You're allowing this land to be developed over and over again, and you're not looking at the science. This property, the northwest corner of this property, is being built right adjacent to Camp Key Strand. That's a known ecological, hydrological, wildlife corridor. The Water Management District knows it, the Army Corps of Engineers knows it, your county knows it, the FWS, everybody knows that, and all recommendations are don't develop that's primary habitat. All recommendations from every agency, including Collier County, is don't put development in the primary habitat of the panther. There's been no discussion whatsoever about that. I'm bringing it in now. And I can show you the science, and you could look at the telemetry of panthers moving up and down right adjacent to where this new development is going to go. So I have a little bit of time. I don't know what else to say except try to do the right thing. Consider these things. If you want further information on the panther, I'm out of time now, but now I can provide it for you. Thank you.
Your next speaker is John Reynolds, and he'll be followed by Matthew Uribe. I do not see a John. John is passing, I guess. Matthew Uribe, and Matthew will be followed on Zoom by Anna Berkey.
Good morning. Everybody spoke really clear here. I would take note to it, but I came here only for one purpose. Is to remind everybody, you must do what God says you must do. And you will be held accountable to the day you die. You cannot run from it. You cannot avoid it. You must face it. And I'll take what everybody said here today, not try to put it behind your head or forget about it. Take action. Just like me, any other person here, we are ourselves responsible for what we do till the day we die. And I say, do what must be done because it's the right thing to do. That is all.
Mr. Chair, the rest of our speakers will be joining us on Zoom. Your first speaker on Zoom is Anna Berkey. She will be followed by Christopher Calvano. Anna, you should be getting prompted to unmute. Well, you're not being prompted yet. There seems to be a little bit of a hold up here up in the IT department on the 6th floor. I'm having trouble reaching out to our IT department here. We should be going to Anna Berkey on Zoom. She should be getting prompted to unmute herself. Now she is. Anna, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. If you will do so at this time, I see that you have. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. My name's Anna Berkey. I'm an Ave Maria resident. I'm representing my family, my son, my husband, my parents, and some different neighbors. Basically, we oppose the expansion for 2 reasons. The effect on the Panthers, which is heartbreaking, and also we just don't think it's necessary. There's not much I can add regarding the Panthers except to say that we are in charge of this last breeding population of Panthers. And what I've come to understand is that Ave Maria, this band of land above Ave Maria and across the road on Camp Kias is part of what the Panthers use to move between the protected lands. And that an adult male panther needs 200 square miles of space. If we don't allow them to move around, it causes inbreeding and just which is gross, and inbreeding and weakening of the population. So I think that this is something we want to give to the young people coming up. We want to keep our beautiful state and our beautiful wildlife. The second reason that we oppose this is we just don't think it's necessary. There's tons of houses being built. Let's let the houses that we have in the pipeline be built and see where we're at. We have lots of places where we could have businesses. There's room in front of the fire station. There is an empty lot next to Publix downtown. There's places in the second floor around the circle. I think we really need to hold on, stay within our bounds, kind of see what is happening. There's so many other developments being built. Why don't we see what we have after we let all of the houses that are already being built in all the new neighborhoods, and then reassess where we are. Nobody wants to lose the small town feeling, which is what brought many of us here. Again, thank you, commissioners, for letting us speak, and please, like the young man before me, consider the impact that this will have through our lives and ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Your next speaker on Zoom is Christopher Calvano, and he will be followed by Daryl Dunteman. Christopher, you're being prompted to unmute yourself if you'll do so at this time. There you are, Mr. Calvano. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, thank you. Hello, commissioners. My name is Chris Calvano. Thank you for your time and consideration. Let me start by acknowledging, and recognizing that you guys as commissioners, your job is obviously very difficult, more difficult than a lot give you credit for. You have to listen to and consider everyone's opinions and everyone's input when you're making decisions based on your county, and that there's obviously a lot that goes with that. So, thank you for, listening to everyone and being considerate, even those like myself who aren't from your county. I'm calling in from Broward. That being said, I'm going to be a bit frank because this is getting more and more urgent. Enough is enough. This development, all of this has gotten completely out of control. It's really hit the gas, and it's just impossible to have this level of increase of development while at the same time being responsible, being respectful to the environment, being considerate to the world, around us. I've been visiting Collier County for decades now. It's why I'm taking part in this. It's why I feel I need to give my opinion, because Collier County is very special to me. I come out there and I visit, I visit places even like Everglades City and Chokoloskee, because those places are very special. All of your natural areas, all of your public lands are very special, and they all are, probably the best representation that we have of our state in its natural form and as it has existed for a long time. This just seems completely unnecessary, completely irresponsible, completely reckless to increase this. You just approved thousands of acres, thousands of dwellings with Corkscrew Grove. There apparently is another development in the pipeline that's going to be almost as large. There is just no reason for this. This is just completely irresponsible, and there is no reason for this. I'm not going to go into too much detail because Matthew Schwartz and others have really, delved into it in detail, but it just can't be understated how important the environment is there, not only for wildlife, for the Florida panther, for many other species of wildlife that are exclusive to our state, that people come here from around the country and around the world to see and experience. But also, we want to breathe clean air. We want clean water. These are increasing resources that are dwindling because of overpopulation, because of urban sprawl. And you really don't, coming from someone who was born and raised in Broward County, you don't want to see Collier County end up like it is here, because this is what we're experiencing here. We're losing it. We're fighting for the last little bit.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Your time is up.
Your next speaker is Daryl Dunteman, and he'll be followed by Drew Martin. Daryl, you should be getting prompted to unmute yourself if you'll do so at this time. You have?
Thank you.
Daryl, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thanks a lot. I'm a semi-retired accountant from Ave Maria. I'm taking a little different approach. Number one, we object to the expansion, my neighbors and I. I haven't found anybody in Ave Maria that wants to undergo this expansion. Let's start from a little different angle. I'm going to do a little different when I get in. Is there really a need for additional living units in Ave Maria? Where right now, it's in the last 3 or 4 years, the real estate listings of open houses have risen 172%. During that same period of time, the average closing price has dropped from $478,855 in 2024 to $348,000. So we don't need these additional homes. Baron Collier really doesn't seem to know what they want. On one hand, they're trying to remove about 1,000 acres from the footprint, and now they want to add these other outputs. Baron Collier is merely using this latest expansion effort to capitalize on the name of Ave Maria. And they don't want to pay Ave Maria for the increased traffic that's going to be there. Now, we can talk on water. We all know where we're at. We started out the lowest rainfall in the first 6 months that's been on record. I'm concerned about the water. I'm also concerned about the loss of the farmland, where 25% of the farmland has been removed from Collier County since the last census of agriculture. We've got one producer is considering going somewhere else, a major producer, because of the loss of land. I'm going to spend the most of my time on the traffic. That is the biggest thing. We have a traffic problem today. And yes, there's been a traffic survey been done, but it's flawed. Why don't we look at today's traffic? We're basing an estimate for the future on an estimate of the past. The estimate of the past used total build-out numbers. The new study that they put out on one of the pages, the study goes with existing traffic, which is an estimate, not accurate. It needs to be accurate, and it could be accurate. Then it goes to what's going to be added, and then what's going to be the impact of the addition. Nothing ties back. They have saying in there that there's not going to be any increase in traffic to the existing footprint because they're going to have some of this in other places. Well, first of all, let's take the church. Maybe Baron Collier is going to enlist only atheists. But these people, Collier County is a large religious section. There's no other churches out there, and I can guarantee you, our current diocese of Venice is not going to allow to put up another church. There's other things. They're ignoring the fact that because we are a town center, there's going to be a lot of extra traffic coming in there. We're already congested. And then we have Camp Kias Road. Camp Keys Road is a major problem.
Thank you, Daryl.
Intersection of Camp-
Daryl, your 3 minutes are up. Thank you, sir.
Your next speaker is Drew Martin, and he will be followed by Hannah Schnajdrova. Hope I'm saying that close. Drew, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Drew Martin, I'm here, speaking on behalf of the Sierra Club. We very much oppose this development, and for the reasons that Matthew Schwartz has outlined, we think it will be detrimental to the panther. The panther is really on the very close to going extinct, and it's important to have these animals. It's a keystone species that an umbrella species that helps protect a lot of other species. I think people come to Florida for the environment, and as the people in that live in Ave Maria have testified to you today, they do not want this development. In fact, the only people that want this development are the developers. The reality is there's no need for it. It will cost the county money, not save money. And with this potential cut in property taxes, it will actually make things worse for the county to meet its budget restrictions. I really ask you to vote no. No one wants this but the developers. It will not benefit anybody else, and it will harm the panther because these corridors are absolutely necessary for the panther to move. And as Matthew Schwartz said, the area has much of the Everglades National Park is inundated with deep water so that the panther cannot use it during parts of the year. So your area is very important. Further, you need to continue to have agriculture. Agriculture helps clean the environment and protect. And you need the open space because that's what helps people's mental health and help people feel better. So I'm asking you, please vote no on this proposed development and keep it as it is.
Thank you. Your next speaker is Hannah Schnajdrova, followed by Heather Riley. Hannah, you're being prompted to unmute yourself, and I hope I'm close on your name. And you've unmuted. Hannah, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
You are extremely muffled. Is there anything you can do differently with your microphone? Hannah? I could not understand what she was saying. She's unmuted.
Hello?
Okay, try again, Hannah. I think we have you now.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm standing outside. Okay, so can I start?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Yes, hello and good afternoon, I guess now, commissioners. My name is Hannah Schnajdrova, and I have been a resident of Collier County since 2011. I actually want to stay at this point because there
Yeah,
were
you're going to have to,
really
hey,
good.
young lady, you're going to have
Yeah.
to get a better connection. We are not understanding what it is that you're saying, and I can't let you go on. Can you test that
Mr. Chair,
offline?
if you allow me, Mr. Chair, Hannah, we're going to mute you right now. Please try to get to a place where you have better, I'm assuming you're on a phone reception, maybe on a network someplace. Let's move on to Heather Riley, who will be followed by Kim Heisey, and we'll come back to Hannah at the end, and hopefully she'll have her problem worked out. Heather, Heather, you've unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. I want to thank the commissioners. I wrote an email and I had 3 of them graciously write me back. I appreciate that. I urge you to vote no to this expansion. I have been in Collier County with my family since the early 70s off of Immokalee. Immokalee Road was a 2-lane road at that time. As you know, it is a death trap. And Oil Well Road, everybody just keeps going out further and further and further. As I carefully watched the slides by the developer, he was talking about the roads, lights, landscape, associated drainage for Keys Road. The animals do not need that. They need to be left alone. 100 hotel rooms, the animals do not need that. We don't need that. There's plenty of hotels west of Oil Well Road. There's no sign of wildlife crossings, fencing, signage, anything by this developer. I have been to Ave Maria. They have done a wonderful job, but I don't think it needs to be expanded into the corridor of the Panthers. That little rectangular block is right slap, right to the left of the corridor. What are they thinking? What are they thinking? You approved deep water wells during this session. All of these communities just need more and more water. You can hear the birds singing in my background. Florida's wildlife is special. I urge you to vote no and make this the commission that is known for the legacy of stewardship, not constant growth and disruption of water quality and animal habitat. I was very interested by the lady that recommended take this to the people. I think Florida should start a petition of putting unchecked growth on the ballots. Let's see what the community, what the public, what the residents of Florida want for their state. As the other gentleman said, a few are winning from this, and it's certainly not the Panthers. I have bear in my property, the Vanderbilt extension, they just bulldozed over gopher tortoises. There's total disregard for animals in this area. And it's sad because I have them on my property and I love them dearly. So please look around and keep Florida wild. I mean, I know we need homes, but we don't need 100 hotel rooms out off Oil Well Road. I thank you for your time, and once again, I urge you to please stop this unchecked growth.
Thank you.
Next up is Kim Heisey, and she'll be followed by Kitty Donovan. Kim, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. If you'll do so at this time. You've done that. You have 3 minutes, Kim.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please speak loudly.
Thank you. My name is Kim Heisey. I'm a Florida wildlife artist and conservation advocate from Broward County. I was there in person a couple times to advocate for panther conservation. I wish I could be there today. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak on Zoom. Please deny the development. Your constituents and all of Florida are begging you to deny this proposal. Ave Maria does not need to be bigger. This is just more car-centric urban sprawl, which is bad for the community and puts a huge financial burden on maintaining roads, infrastructure, services, mosquito spraying over large geographical areas. I don't think you are appropriately understanding how expensive this kind of construction is. Plus, you just heard about communities grappling with mosquitoes and running into coyotes, and it's because you are allowing development in areas where there should not be development. I've been to Ave Maria. The houses abet the wilderness. We must get away from this idea that growth is inevitable because this is wrong. These are the same land use attorneys and consulting businesses coming over here over and over again for these developments. Do you work for this handful of people? Do you work for them to put more money into their pockets instead of listening to your constituents and your residents and your communities who keep coming here time after time to tell you to stop? This is not the way we are supposed to live. We must keep our urban areas and conservation areas separate, or we are going to lose so much. We won't have the amazing habitats if this keeps going in this direction. The Florida panther will go extinct in our lifetimes if we keep going the way we are. Our current plans for protection with sending land and receiving land, other conservation policies you currently have are not enough. You need to listen to the science, to the people speaking here today. You need to have some sort of concern for the Florida panther. Do you not care about it? It's not enough. We need to understand that if we want these amazing habitats and species, we must change. Expanding Ave Maria would be exceptionally bad for panthers. It would destroy habitat in key areas for the species. It would add increased traffic in a key section, which is the #1 killer of panthers. We need more habitat for panthers, not less. This is about doing what is right, and I beg you to do what is right. You've been receiving calls and emails from people around Florida. You are Florida Panther Conservation. No one else can do it. All of its habitat is in your county and surrounding counties. So please deny this development and any other development in rural and conservation lands. Please hold the line here. Only more pressure is going to be put on these lands by this handful of developers and special interests. Listen to your community. No one wants this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Kitty Donovan, and she'll be followed by Michelle Clausen. And just a heads up to Hannah, you'll be third, so we'll come back to you one more time.
Is Hannah our last one?
Yes, she would be the last one. I wanted to give her time.
Yep.
Kitty Donovan has been unmuted. Kitty, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much for having me today. I oppose the proposed expansion of Ave Maria because it will further fragment one of the last remaining habitats available to the endangered Florida panther. I was a assistant principal in Broward County Schools for over 35 years, almost 37, and I was in Coral Springs, which is west into the Everglades, and all of those communities, all of my students are very interested in keeping the environment together. I've been fighting on our side, trying to keep the airport, the closed airport that was fought by Marjorie Stoneman Douglas and by the Friends of the Everglades closed. And I've been trying to work on our end for that because of the Panthers. And now we have it on that coast also, with only like 200 to 150 Panthers left. We're going to be, our children's children are going to have to go to a museum to see them, and it's just totally wrong. We have to fight for them. The expansion area overlaps important wildlife corridors that panthers use to travel, to find mates, and maintain genetic diversity. More homes, roads, traffic, and commercial development will increase barriers to movement and heighten the risk of vehicle strikes, which is already the #1 cause of panther deaths. The Florida panther survives almost entirely in South Florida. Once habitat is paved over, it cannot be restored. We should protect this irreplaceable habitat rather than sacrifice it for additional growth. Growth can occur elsewhere. The Florida panther has nowhere else to go. This is their land. They were here long before us. We need to stop this growth, and I want you to please channel your Marjorie Stoneman Douglas and say no to the further development. I was just in Naples Saturday, and you need to fight to keep it looking like Naples. This is said from a lifetime Palm Beach County resident. I worked in Broward County, but our side, we should have been fighting a long time ago. And we can't have all of South Florida like this. We would have no animals. Like I said, we'd have to go to a museum to see them. And that's not what we want. That's not what our kids want. I know, I've been working with them for 30 years in middle school. Thank you very much for my time today, and I hope you do make the right decision.
Thank you.
Think of the Panthers. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Michelle Clausen, and we'll follow her up with one more attempt for Hannah Snajdrova. Michelle, you being prompted to unmute yourself, if you'll do so at this time. I see that you have. Michelle, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. I've been listening to the speakers and will leave it up to the lawyers and environmental impact experts to argue the legalities of expanding Ave Maria. Speakers have been very respectful to the commissioners and reserved and unemotional in their comments, touting the benefits to the people. But the truth is, emotions permeate this proposed expansion. I'm Michelle Clausen, and as someone who has been actively involved with animal rescue starting with the Great Recession, of 2007 that was triggered by the collapse of the housing bubble. Millions of people defaulted on their mortgages, with many moving out and leaving their animals behind, perhaps thinking the bank would rescue them. The banks didn't. As home inspectors for the banks, we found them months later, dead. Only God knows how they suffered. I'm here to speak on behalf of those who cannot speak for themselves. Those like you who have families they care for and struggle to shelter and feed. Like you, they experience hunger, fear, and pain, but unlike you, they walk on 4 legs. Still, we're all God's creatures, and we have an obligation to care for them. Please think of these helpless animals and what will happen to them if you start development to expand Ave Maria. Their fear at the noise of heavy machinery rumbling everywhere, crushing their homes and injuring their families. If you choose to expand Ave Maria and convert more than 2,000 acres of undeveloped land, all of it core Florida panther habitat. Where will they go? Where can they go when their homes are destroyed? Run into populated areas where they will surely be killed by cars or people. The proposed expansion lies within primary and secondary Florida panther habitat. Secondary habitat is not unused land, usually agriculture. It serves as a vital buffer to breeding areas and provides critical dispersal habitat for young panthers. Southwest Florida contains the only established breeding population of Florida's left. I'll repeat it. South Florida contains the only established breeding population of Florida panthers left. I would love to hear what the Florida Panthers hockey team thinks of this. So I took the initiative to write to them. If approved, this decision flies in the face of the United States Endangered Species Act and Collier County's own objectives as stated in its comprehensive plan and the Royal Land Stewardship Area, RLSA overlay. Local residents have already voiced their strong concerns
Thank you, ma'am.
throughout this meeting.
Ma'am.
I pray you will listen to your
Thank you.
constituents.
Cut her off.
All right, and we're going to try Hannah Schnozdrova one last time. Hannah, you should be getting prompted to unmute yourself. Let's see if we can clean your signal up here some. And you're unmuted. Hannah, can you talk for us, please?
Didn't we just approve a cell tower somewhere?
Hannah, we're not able to receive your signal well enough. We're getting one every third or fourth word. Call it, Mr. Chairman.
Let's try it one more time, miss.
Is it better?
That's not really any better.
No, you have to stand on your left foot. Lean a little bit more. Try it again, please.
Okay. Okay. Trying to better.
I'm not picking it up. Like we hear you. We hear you laughing, and I'm really, really sorry, but we're not understanding you. Try one more time, please, and then we're gonna call it. All right, we'll call it.
All right, that completes our public comment for this item, sir.
So we will now take a court reporter's break, and if it's okay with my colleagues, we'll come back from the court reporter break, have our comments, questions, and answers, take a vote, and then we'll finish our meeting and not take a lunch break today. If everybody's
Sounds
okay
good.
with that, you guys okay?
Yep.
All right, we're gonna take we'll do 10 minutes. We'll come back at 12:31. Okay.
Perfect.
We're gonna blame Commissioner Hall for being late. He's not here to defend himself. So, all right, let's, we have closed the public comment section. We're all done with that, so, Mr. Yovanovich?
I just have a brief rebuttal on some of the comments that were made. And it seems like there are a lot of people accusing the Barron Collier family of not being good stewards of the land, which I think is an unfair accusation, since they got here in the early 1900s and they have a county named after themselves, and they've set aside significant portions of Collier County in environmental conservation programs. And I also want to talk about this particular portion of Collier County. It's called the Rural Land Stewardship Area for a reason. There were 8 or 9 property owners that owned the vast majority of these lands, and they got together to come up with a program that showed they were environmental stewards of the land. And I've got back up on the screen what so far has been set aside in sending lands. 65,000 acres of this land has been set aside in stewardship sending areas to preserve environmental habitat at no expense to the taxpayers of Collier County. And there'll be more, but in exchange for that, it's been roughly a trade of 3 acres of stewardship sending areas for 1 acre of development. This has not been unchecked growth. In fact, it's 100% consistent with the growth management plan. It's a growth management plan. So for people who don't even live here to come here and say this is unchecked growth, they don't know what they're talking about with regard to our growth management plan. And even some of the speakers that live in Collier County, I don't think are truly familiar with the Rural Land Stewardship Program and our comprehensive plan. This is an award-winning program. It became part of the Florida statutes for other areas to adopt in Collier County. So this is a program that is environmentally sensitive. This isn't the end of this program permitting. If we're successful in getting designated, because in fact we do meet all the criteria in your land development code to be designated, and there's been no expert testimony to the contrary that we don't meet any of the criteria within the rural land, within the RSA designation program, we still have to go through the federal environmental permitting process. So if there are concerns with the panther or other species, that will be fleshed out in the appropriate area through those environmental, federal and state permitting process. We've met the criteria for this land, these lands to be designated as a stewardship receiving area. One of your speakers mentioned that we're refusing to pay for our impact on the roads. I guess he didn't hear me at the very beginning talk about we are staying within, if we ever get removed, that 1,000 acres ever gets removed, there has to be an agreement in place to make sure we are paying our fair share of any impact of these lands on the roads. If we stay in the stewardship area, stewardship district, we still pay our fair share. So we meet the criteria. We're not negatively impacting the residents of Ave Maria. We request that you all designate this area as part of the town of Ave Maria. And with that, we're here to answer any questions you may have with regard to comments about the environment, traffic, and any other comments that.
Thank you. Chris, while you aren't doing anything the next time, on this map, color in the other lands that are already held by some public entity. That would, I think, better describe what's going on out here, because I know the state has bought tens of thousands of acres out the east of 29, and colored a red or something, just something to delineate to show that fragmentation is not nearly as blight as what this map shows. And so I'm going to go to my colleagues. Commissioner Saunders, you're first.
Yeah, Rich, can you put up slide number 28 again?
8.
It's the master plan. Where this property is to be added, that pink area off to the right of Camp Keys Road on this diagram. What is that area? What could be done with that property right now? What is it designated as right now, and what can be done with it?
Right now, it's open, it could be farmed, it could be developed at 1 unit per 5 acres. That's the baseline.
So
permitted uses on that property, so ag.
So it's basically the rural estates designation, 1 unit per 5 acres.
You could basically have another Golden Gate Estates. They're a little bit larger parcels, but.
And is that true of the entire area that's kind of in pink?
Yeah, yes, the entire area under the baseline can be developed at 1 unit per 5 acres. And the reason we have the Rural Land Stewardship Program is to not have 5 acre tracts, is to consolidate it all into a smaller environment.
All right. I would like to ask Mr. Bosey a question, if he could come on up. I have issues with urban sprawl and developing lands that are critical habitat. So this area that where you could develop at 1 unit per 5 acres, what is the kind of the fastest growing area in the county, or what is the rate of development of units in Golden Gate Estates right now with the 1 unit per 5 acres?
Well, the Golden Gate Estates is 1 unit per 2 1/4 acres, different than the agricultural designation of 1 to 5. But I would say the rural estates at 1 unit per 2 1/4 acres is one of the more rapidly growing areas. We're probably about 6,000 lots remaining left right around there before a full build out of the estate's lots. The rural land stewardship area is a little bit slower of a build out, but it is an alternative to that 1 to 5 that Mr. Yovanovich had described, and that was the original impetus of the final order back in '99 that basically said we needed to do something about this. The county needed to do something about it because 200,000 acres at 1 to 5 would be an environmental nightmare as well as an economic nightmare, and something that the county nor the state wanted to see.
I'm curious as to why we haven't heard from the Conservancy, why we haven't heard from Audubon of the Western Everglades, the Wildlife Federation. Typically, if there's a project that is going to have a negative impact on valuable habitat and the panther, they're here to object. I don't believe I've gotten anything from those organizations. Have you spoken to them? What's the reason, if you know? Why they're not
I
here?
have personally spoken to them. I do know that this program, being 24 years old, has been widely, I don't want to say accepted by the environmental community, but those groups are aware of it. I couldn't explain why they're not here at the hearing. Some hearings they have shown up at, some hearings they haven't shown up. So I couldn't tell you the pattern of why that is.
Mr. Yovanovich, have you had any communication with them on this?
I think, well, I think the reason Audubon's not here and Florida Wildlife, because they were at the table when the program was set up in the first place. So they understood that this is how it's intended to work. I can't say I've spoken to Brad Cornell about this specific project, but I've spoken to him about several of the SRAs that I've worked on, and this is exactly how it was supposed to function. Right. So I'm assuming he's not here because it's working the way it was. They were at the table when it was set up.
All right, thank you.
Is that all you had, sir?
That's all for right now.
And if I can just add one little thing for you there with regard to that. Remember that this development request is part of a 200,000 acre land development plan that was adopted 24 years ago, 25 years ago. So this is one piece of that pie. And the premise behind it was to incentivize the development into concentric compact developments to reduce the urban sprawl. So this is part of a 200,000 acre puzzle. Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got a few things to say. I like the project. Is it well thought out? Yes. Does it check all the boxes? Yes. Is it possible to do? Absolutely. Does it fit our plans? Yes. Is it proper? The answer is yes. It meets the RLSA requirements. It meets the growth management plan. It, as far as the FLU, the future land use element, yes. Is it preferred? Publicly, it seems like it's not. By us, it seems like it is. The progression of it, I have pause in the timing of it. So when I think about the future land use element, the future means the future. It doesn't have to be right now. When I think about the growth management plan, I think about managing growth, not the growth movement plan. We have, I guess when I got elected, I promised to represent the people of District 2 and of all of Collier County. I pledged that. I purposed that. That is the role of government, is to protect those liberties and to protect those rights. And in those rights, there are land use rights. And I also promised to incorporate responsible growth, being responsible for the growth that we approve here. And I meant that, and I want to be a good steward of that promise. County Manager, if you could throw that thing up. But as I'm thinking about this project, I'm thinking about the impact, not the environmental impact, not at all. I'm thinking about the people impact. Mr. Ivanovich mentioned the high capture rate and the low capture rate, and how the capture rate of the community is way higher, meaning people don't leave as much. But if you take a look at the projects that we have approved that are not out of the ground yet, as are already approved, if you look at the bottom of the total number of units in column 3, there's 27,687 units already approved. These nobody's living in these yet. There may be a few in the Hyde Park community that people are living in, but the majority of it's not built out. And we're asking to go for another 6,732 units. And with just doing the simple math, the population just in the town of Ave Maria would move it to 42,500. That's a 38% increase with what they're asking for just in the town of Ave Maria. I guess what I want to do this. I want to say yes. I like the project. I love the fact that there's going to be residential, that the commercial's going to be out there, that there's going to be goods and services. But as we move forward and as we have approved these, we've approved them on TIS studies, traffic impact studies. And whatever those studies were on every single one of these projects that we haven't even experienced yet, whatever those traffic impact studies were, I don't believe them for nothing. Because the assumption of a capture rate, or the assumption of the project not impacting the east-west corridor, whatever those assumptions are, the reality is this: we have a failed road on Immokalee. I don't think there's not a person on the dais, not a person in the public that will argue that point. That road has failed. And you know what? Sometimes leadership just comes with super difficult decisions. And this is one of those that I face, that I think it's difficult. The easy decision is to say, yes, it checks all the boxes. Developers don't. Colliers are one of the best developers that we have in this whole county, always have been. They're a pleasure to work with. But the difficult decision is to do, is it time? Is it time to do this? I would personally like to see us let these projects get out of the ground, get occupied, and let's see what the ramifications are of everything that's already been approved before we move forward in growth decisions on a what-if basis. You know, it seems like even with these projects, we've gotten the cart before the horse. You know, Mr. Bosey mentioned the stabilization of these projects when they come on. We're not stabilized yet. We are not stabilized. We don't know the impacts of the commercial units. There is commercial in all of these projects, which is great, but we don't know what the stabilization is. We don't know what the impact of that is. I'm not saying this because I'm up for re-election. I'm saying this from my heart. This is the way that I feel. I'm not worried about my re-election. I'm going to be elected. So I'm not really saying, that, you know, we're not going to have this high capture rate, that people are going to stay there. But there's some things that are out there that are not. There's things that are not out there that are here on the coast. Out there, there's limited arts. There's no beach. There's very limited upscale restaurants that people want to go to. There's very little, you know, I don't know that people in Chicago or people in Dallas are going to be saying, hey, let's go visit and tour Ave Maria. They're coming to the beach. They're coming to the western side. One guy mentioned there's no churches out there. There's Catholic churches, but there's not any other churches. There is going to be a hospital that's going to be there, but nobody wants to go there. And so I'm asking myself, what benefit do the people that we represent now, what benefit do they get from that extra growth or that extra approval or that extra population, the extra units, the extra density? The answer is not really any. We're going to get some impact fees. We're going to get some tax revenue from it, sure. But we're going to do that at the expense of the quality of life that people that I represent in District 2. We're going to do that at the expense of nearly all of the people that we represent. So I'm not saying no to this project. I'm just saying not now. I think that we need to put a pause on this, and I don't know if we can do that. Legally, I don't know if we have to say yes or if we have to say no. But I don't think the timing is right for us to approve this as it sits. And I love the project. I just don't like the timing. And I think I've made my point.
May I respond to the exhibit?
Sure.
One thing I want to point out is you're looking at a 20-year build-out on this map. You're not going to have all of these houses today on this map. So that's, yes, you're approving it, but they're not all jumping on the roads today. Two, and this is the lawyer in me, you made some very important points. We met all of the criteria. And when we meet all of the criteria, we have a right to be approved. Not delayed, we meet the criteria.
You meet the criteria, Rich, but there's also in Section 13 of our criteria, the impact of it. The impact of the environment, the impact of the infrastructure, and I'm not going to argue about that. The infrastructure is not there to support this growth. And you made a great point. These aren't even there yet. These are 20 years. So we would have 20 years to get our infrastructure intact, to get it to where we can get people into town, because they are coming. You can't argue with me about that. They are coming.
Actually, the infrastructure is there.
I'm talking about roads and transportation. I'm not talking about water. I'm not talking about electricity.
Based upon your established criteria, the infrastructure is there.
Yeah, and I'm questioning that. I'm questioning that decision and that judgment. Go out on Immokalee and come this way.
But we're not coming this way. They're staying home. We'd had this conversation.
We did have this conversation, Rich, and I'm not comfortable with you. So don't make the pig mad.
Don't what?
Don't teach the pig to sing. It'll frustrate you and it'll make the pig mad.
I've always heard if you don't wrestle with the pig, you'll get, the pig will like it and you'll get dirty. But anyway, we meet the criteria. We're asking, I think what I'm hearing you say, you just want to shut down the entire rural land stewardship program
No,
altogether.
you've misunderstood me. You've misunderstood me 1,000%. I love the RLSA program. I love the flu. I love our growth management plan. But we have to manage that growth. We have to be responsible with it, not just willy-nilly. Boom! You meet the criteria. Let's go. Let's do it. Bring them all in here. And that's the way that I feel about it.
I'm not going to try to teach you this thing.
Okay.
Commissioner Cowell, you haven't lit up. Do you have a comment?
Yeah, my little light up button's not working over here.
Oh, yeah, okay.
You know, I've been listening to everything from the beginning to this point. You know, it seems like we come to this time in these hearings on a lot of these projects, and in this particular one, like Mr. Jovanovich and the staff ourselves said, and me having conversation with Mr. French and people yesterday over the phone, you know, it checks all the boxes for what we're trying to do out there with having these areas that are designed to become their own little cities, their communities, and their towns, and, you know, become something that they don't want to leave. And yeah, I hear some of what my colleagues say and Commissioner Hall, but at the same time, you know, these are homes for people that are going to be working in the Ave Maria area, you know, the 3 different industries that are building up out there. I think we got a glass company coming soon. You know, it's going to need employment. These are going to be more or less working class people. And I know when I was growing up, I grew up in a blue collar working class. I don't think I ever journeyed out of my town to go to a high class restaurant when I was a kid with my family. And, you know, that wasn't really high on the list of things in my life at that time, you know, with that type of working class, that level of employment. And, you know, I think that's the whole idea. We want to have these areas that are designated to have their own things that people can enjoy as families in life, in worship, and have a real community, like a town, and it is what it is. We have 2 major towns in Collier County. We're probably, out of all 67 counties, I think we're only 2 that have like 2 Class A cities in a county that's the largest east of the Mississippi River. We're so behind. We're a young county. We're only 100 years old, established. So there are going to be things like this in the future. But if you stop the future now, it's just going to take longer for us to establish it. And the people that are there now are going to be venturing west to seek these things. So like Mr. Jovanovich said, this is out 20 years, you know. So if you don't do it, then you're waiting to start to do it again. And then the people are still going to suffer because you're not going to have the footprint, or you're not going to be working in that direction. Like Mr. Bosey said, we're seeing it now. We're starting to see the first effects of this thing after 20 years, this whole plan, this master plan. So I guess I'm a little different in that way, that I think that everybody looks at things differently. And I look at this as the opposite, as this will create communities, a new town, a new city, you know, where there wasn't one, that will exist, and it will be intact and have its own infrastructure, its own workforce, its own, you know, life, like what I grew up in. And I think every one of us grew up in a community like that. You know, instead of just having Naples and Marco Island, the only 2 cities in Collier County, we can have other cities that are neighborhood orientated, that people, you know, that take pride in growing up and living in. So I see that vision. I see that as the future. And I see that as a way of keeping our people from always traveling to the west. So it's kind of like where I sit on this. So, I mean, that's my personal opinion. That's the way I look at it, through the glass I look at it. So I think it's the future. I think the concept is actually going to make things better. And, you know, like I think one speaker said, you know, with us having this tax thing going on the ballot, I think a lot of people don't quite understand it. I've been trying to figure it out myself, but in reality, it's just basically going to be a larger deduction for your homestead at the end of the day. And if you look at the median price to Collier County for homes, it's $600 some thousand and up. So a lot of these tax breaks and these people that are homesteaded aren't even gonna, they're gonna pay taxes. They're not gonna get around, but it'll be less, of course, but they're still gonna pay some sort of taxes because their homes are gonna be overqualified. Even if you deduct the 250 on the first phase, they're gonna pay some sort of property tax. And if that happening, you know, we do gotta look at the future for getting our infrastructure from impact fees, because that's what pays the majority of it. And how we collect impact fees is from new construction. So these are all things you gotta take into consideration. I think it was the opposite of what the speaker was saying before. If anything, we need to smartly develop some areas to make sure we have the money to create the infrastructure to support the growth and expansion. You can't just, you know, the money has to come from something, and that's where we're statutorily driven to get the largest portion of it from impact fees. So that being said, I like the project. I think it is the vision. I think 20-some years ago, 25 years ago was what we were trying to achieve, and we're starting to see a little bit of benefit from it. And to just throw the brakes on it and delay it, it may take another 25 years. And then people are gonna suffer for another 20 years of people venturing west to go get their fancy restaurants. And nothing says you can't have a fancy restaurant in Ave Maria. You know, just if a guy wants to open a fancy restaurant, it's a Michelin chef, he can go out there and open one. You know, that's economics. You know, go where you can make your money. And that's what America's built on. So I'm going to support this moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner LaCastro.
Thank you, Chairman. I've said it before in here, no matter how we vote on anything, we'll never please everybody. I represent the people as well, but everything's not a popularity contest. And so when a citizen sends me an email, I really, you know, and they know I do my best to reply to every email personally. And sometimes people say, oh, I got your cut and paste email that you sent my neighbor. Well, you both sent me the same question. So I personally wrote a response that works for every single email I get saying, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. But I try to wrap my arms around the emails that are maybe more well thought out. When somebody talks about wildlife and the panthers and things like that. So let me peel a few things back. This Ave Maria obviously predates all of us, but I remember when I was the chief operating officer at Physicians Regional back in 2012, and the first few phases, and I might have the timing wrong, but I remember quite a few of our employees who worked on Collier Boulevard moved all the way out to Ave Maria because homes were being built out there. I mean, my lab director is a perfect example, really good friends. And I was like, God, Angel, why would you move all the way out there? He goes, man, I got twice the house for half the price, and I don't mind driving. And what I recall is the master plan was always that Ave Maria was going to grow exponentially. So my surprise, getting so many emails from current residents who live on it in Ave Maria who are enjoying the great lifestyle out there, almost flabbergasted that Ave Maria is expanding. I mean, I'm thinking now just as a citizen way back when, you know, before I've got all these briefings and whatnot, especially in the last couple of months on this. But I was surprised by those emails because I would have thought when you bought a house out in Ave Maria, you knew all that empty land wasn't a national forest. It wasn't part of the Everglades. And when people do talk about the panther, I take that very seriously as well. But I almost think if we wanted to put an extra story, extra level on this building, we would have people here at the podium saying we're killing panthers. So what I look for is, I'm not a wildlife expert, but I want the wildlife experts to come here. And I don't think you can just say, well, there's 100 panthers in the state of Florida, and every piece of green space you build upon is part of their private home. You know, the people that are enjoying living out in Ave Maria right now, I wonder what the pushback was when phase 1, 2, or 3, or whatever number it was being built. I think the vision for this community, I mean, I will tell you, they aren't going to get a hospital unless you add more houses out there. So the folks that live there now that say we have our own little sort of piece of paradise keep all the homes and all the other residences out, but we want the developer to continue to invest in our neighborhood. It won't happen. They'll have a walk-in clinic, and that'll be it. And so I think you have to continue with the plan that was approved by people well before us and well thought out, to eventually get that type of separate town that has all of those amenities. And like we were saying, we're already seeing that people aren't venturing out. I live on Marco Island. Somebody said in here, the reason why people don't cross the bridge is because I can do all of my shopping on Marco. I can go to Publix, I can go to Walgreens, I can go, everywhere. I venture out a bit more, but most people don't because, they live in a place that has everything. Ave Maria still doesn't have everything, but you need to add rooftops if you want to get the restaurants. You need to add rooftops if you want to get the hospital. And unless I'm wrong, I don't think the bulldozers are coming tomorrow. Some of the emails we got made it sound like how irresponsible we are if we approved this plan, this long-term plan, because immediately we were going to destroy, the entire area. And, sometimes I think that's easy to say when you live in that community and you're enjoying living in paradise, and now it's like, lock the gate. I was thinking the same thing that Commissioner Hall said, and I'm really grateful for this this slide of all the units that are out there, because I think it does make that case. But I also think the flip side is we can't penalize people for having choice of where to live by saying, so we approved X number of homes in Big Cypress, so when the last home is sold, then you'll be allowed to move to Ave Maria, and then we'll approve those houses, but you won't be able to buy one for X number of years because they don't get built in a day. I mean, one of the things that we're trying to do, part of controlled growth, is to approve a little bit in all places where it is authorized and give people the options. Not everybody's going to run out to Ave Maria. Not everyone's going to run out to these places here. But I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I think way back when, the map that you're showing us for the growth and the different phases, and to your point, Mr. Ivanovich, I think that was a map that was shown to our predecessors years ago, that Ave Maria wasn't just going to be a handful of houses and then everything else was going to be shut down. So, I mean, if the folks that envision this master plan of growth over a long period of time, if this is what they envisioned and they did, I don't see that really anything has changed. And then, to your point about the Collier family, I feel really favorable at the times where we have voted to develop, 2,000 acres, but it preserved permanently 15,000 acres. I remember writing about that one time when I first got elected. I said, here's what we approved for homes, and then here's the map of the trade-off of land. I think that's part of the process. I was concerned about the infrastructure as well, but in deep dive meetings yesterday and then today, and it may not be at the level that maybe some of my colleagues are comfortable with, but, I wanted to hear about roads, I wanted to hear about is there a fire station? Can somebody tell me? Boom, and it's on the slide. So even some of the notes that I got from citizens that said, all the infrastructure has to come first before you even build one more house. Well, no, it actually doesn't happen that way. It is a little bit more simultaneous, and everything doesn't get built in a day. But yesterday and even before that in the briefings that I had, I saw a lot of infrastructure plans, and in some of the developments that come before us, sometimes those plans are pretty thin. No one's talking fire station, no one's talking big major road improvements and things like that. So I sit here and say, I think this has been the plan all along. It's not like the five evil commissioners up here that are turning, Collier County into Miami are voting haphazardly and we're all going to burn in hell because we're making such a poor decision. There were totally different people sitting up here that started, this whole process, and it was well thought out. And I do agree with you. I think that's why the environmental groups aren't here and that we didn't hear from them, because they'd be sort of contradictory. I think they were at the table. And I thought there was quite a bit of detail in here that I was very concerned about that did answer my questions. And maybe I'm missing the mark, and then that's where I look for my colleagues to chime in. And sometimes, at times, another commissioner will say something, and I'll say, wow, I really hadn't thought of that. But the things I've been sitting here thinking about, we either answered, are they perfect? No. But nothing we decide is perfect, okay? I mean, if everything that gets built affects wildlife. If it didn't, none of us would have homes, okay? We would build nothing. We would just preserve all of Collier County, and it would just be one big flat area. So, you know, you have to take that in consideration, but in a reasonable way. And so, like I said, I'd be a lot more concerned if I, as a non-wildlife expert, but that doesn't mean I don't care about wildlife, if I would have heard a lot more specificity as to why this is such a bad project for wildlife. Is it impactful on wildlife? Well, I mean, every time you see a bird's nest, it doesn't mean we can't, you know, build there. You know, there were some people that were here talking about a project on Bayshore, and they live in Isles of Collier Preserve, just right within walking distance. Isles of Collier Preserve, I'm sure, was a beautiful green space with lots of trees, and there was wildlife there. And you know what? I mean, the decision was made to transport some of those gopher tortoises to other places. Some of the wildlife that was on that property may have been over-exaggerated. I don't know. I wasn't part of the vote, but the bottom line is a whole lot of people got to enjoy living in Collier County. And, you know, I think a lot of the wildlife concerns were taken into consideration. And I see a lot of that here. But I also would like to see services for the people that live in Ave Maria expanded, but you'll never get that without rooftops. I say the same thing in District 1 when people sort of throw spears at me and say, oh, you guys all just voted haphazardly, or, you know, La Castro's 100% responsible for Costco, you know, what a horrible commissioner. Well, we voted unanimously on it. You know, it wasn't like I purposely built it. But what I always tell people when they say, where's our Trader Joe's, where's our Chick-fil-A, where's our hospital, where's more colleges? The answer is always the same. Those businesses will not come here unless there's rooftops. And when Steinmart goes out of business, in my district, Michael's is about to go out of business and close. We've had a lot of big box stores and even restaurants go out of business, and it's because you have the lack of customers. On the flip side, I see this plan here of Ave Maria basically building a self-sustaining town as being extremely advantageous. You know, I can tell you if one of our local hospitals here decides to expand in Ave Maria, they're not going to do it unless they see that they have the numbers. And yeah, I don't think people will drive from 50 miles away to go to the hospital in Ave Maria. They can if they want, but that hospital will need to be sustained by the citizens that live there, and they'll never see that hospital unless you continue with the plan, you know, to move Ave Maria forward. But you know, these are tough decisions. I mean, if there's something else that my colleagues have that are concerned about it, I'm open to. I'm not saying I'm the smartest guy in the room, but the things that I had on my short list here either got answered to my satisfaction. And, you know, I'll end it by saying, yeah, you know, we all represent citizens, but if phase 1 of Ave Maria was put to a vote on a ballot, would it have been approved? You know, everything doesn't go to a vote, you know, on a ballot. And part of our job here is also to represent the law, property rights. It's not just a matter of, well, you know, I'm not talking about Commissioner Hall. I was glad he was saying, hey, I'm going to get reelected no matter what, and he will, and he should. But I sit here and say everything can't be a popularity, contest, and citizens elect us here to follow the law, and you know the Colliers are citizens as well, and so you know they deserve to get every representation. But I haven't heard any showstoppers, and a lot of the emails that I got that had very specific things in them were statements, but weren't really backed up by the deep dive briefings that we got, not from you, but from the county staff, from Mr. Bosey, and all the depth we got about a planned development, a planned city that is continuing to move forward as was the plan way back when. So, and much like Commissioner Colwell said, this is a long-term plan, so bulldozers don't show up tomorrow. I think this is controlled growth. It's going to be over a very slow period of time, and even though we've approved other developments, I don't think we can penalize giving people a Ave Maria option because there just happen to be unsold homes in other communities. So I'm not voting yet, but I just wanted to make sort of my statements on what how I felt after hearing from a lot of citizens and being briefed by the staff in detail.
Okay, I do have a lot to say, but I'm letting all of you go first. So,
All right.
Commissioner Saunders, you have another comment?
I do. Commissioner Hall said a couple things that kind of struck home with me. You know, I don't try to make a decision based on whether it's going to please anybody or not, and I don't think any of us make decisions that way. I try to make decisions based on what I think is in the best interest of the community at large. And sometimes people are happy with that, sometimes people are not so happy with it. I think this conversation has been really good because we're all focusing on the fact that, I think Commissioner Hall said that Mockley Road is a failed road. He's right, and I think we need to consider slowing growth down a little bit. We talked about that a few years ago because of the projects that were impacting Immokalee Road. I mean, we're all basically talking about the same thing here. We have a lot of growth. The citizens of this community are unhappy with it because of the traffic and all. So that, and Commissioner Hall also said something to the effect that making decisions sometimes is difficult. Leadership can be a little difficult. I would say 99 times out of 100, a decision is fairly clear. This one for me is not. I like the idea that we are preserving these lands. And Commissioner McDaniel, you said you'd like to see a map that shows all of the publicly owned lands, and maybe that would help me in terms of this patchwork of what's being preserved. So I'm really kind of struggling with this. Also, I think that we can say no to this, even though the boxes are checked, because I think that compatibility and all of those things are part of the process, and certainly not looking for a lawsuit, but I think we do have the ability to say no to this if we so choose, and I'm not sure which, quite frankly, I'm not sure which is the right way to go. I think if I had that map that showed how these little pieces of preserve fit in with the overall picture, maybe that would help me a little bit. If you have one of those, that would be helpful, because I will tell you, I don't know what vote you need. I don't know if I think you need 4 votes to. 3. Just 3?
3 votes.
Just 3, okay.
I have a, if I can
Yeah, go
raise,
ahead.
if I can raise my executive secretary, she is, I have a map in my office that might help a little bit. It was, Tim Nance, the predecessor here in District 5. He developed what he called the green map. Back then, there was 78% of Collier County that's set aside in preservation or protection, shall never be developed. And it spotted within the 200,000 acres of the RLSA the potential location of the towns. Here we go, right there. Can you zoom that down a little bit?
Or up, so you can see
A
more.
little bit smaller, because
a little smaller.
it doesn't take in everything.
Yeah, if you see Commissioner Saunders to the right, all of that, that's part of the program.
Right.
That's being retained.
In south of that hatched area, Commissioner Saunders, is right there on the bend on 29 when you come out of Immokalee. I don't recall the actual amount of lands that have been acquired, but the state has already bought those lands from Collier Enterprises. Preserved and protected.
And they're buying several thousand more acres from parent car companies. So a lot of what's in the stewardship area that isn't open, that's designated, or like the Collier Enterprise lands that were acquired were designated pink. So they're being taken out of the area of development. And in that case, stewardship credits were removed. So that means less lands will be developed within.
Right. Commissioner McDaniel, I have a book that's published by the state that has the public ownership of lands in all of the 67 counties. And I was surprised to find that in Dade County, there's actually more land in public ownership than there is, percentage-wise, than there is in Collier County. It's very close. And I'm looking at that, and of course, the population of Dade County is, I don't know how many millions
3
of people.
million, yeah.
And so, and there's more land there. So the argument that, well, we have 60% or 70% under public ownership, that's enough. Well, I think Dade County has proven that that's not necessarily enough. I'm not concerned so much about this particular project, and I think I'm going to vote for it today. I'm still kind of on the fence. But I think the dialogue that we've had today goes to every one of these rezones that we're getting where the comp plan is changed, and we go from 1 unit per 5 acres or 1 unit per 2 1/4 acres to 20 units per acre. I think that what's in the best interest of this community may very well be, let's kind of slow down on that. This is not, I don't think this really impacts that.
Me too.
So that's all I really have to say in terms of this. I don't have such a problem with this as I do with some of the other rezones that we're going to be dealing with.
Understand it, and I got a couple of comments. Commissioner Castro has.
Yeah, and maybe it sets the table for you. As I was glad to hear you say you have a couple comments, because I mean, if this was in my district, if it was in any of our other districts, we'd have more conversations. We'd hear from more citizens, just how it works. I mean, some citizens sent emails to all 5 of us that are just sort of generic statements. But I really think it's critical to hear from Commissioner McDaniel, because I can't imagine this being in his district. I know he has a lot of town hall meetings out there, and you know a lot of these citizens personally by name because you went to grade school with them. So I think it is, I mean, somebody comes up here is 80 years old and he's like, hey, Dolores, say hello to your mom for me, or what have you. I don't mean to make light of it, but I really think that that when we have these big, really, huge decisions that affect the entire county, but I really appreciate hearing a deeper dive from the commissioner from that district, because we may not be, we may have gotten 200 emails in the last week, but I can't imagine this isn't something that's been on your radar forever. So I think, over to you, sir. I'd love to have you fill in the blanks for us of something that maybe we might be missing, or we might be under or over exaggerating, or to help us weave through this.
I'd be happy to. Commissioner Hall, just so you know, when I serve as chair, and it is a service, Commissioner Kowal, I ask my colleagues to speak first. This happens to be in my district, so I am extremely intimate. Commissioner Hall, you've lit up again. Would you like to go?
Fine. Yeah, I was just, I'm not saying stop these projects. Not at all. I'm not saying that at all. I love the project. I've said it before. But when it comes to seeing what the ramifications of what's already been approved, let's see if that plan is going to work. We're assuming that it's going to work, but we don't know yet. And we're assuming that, and that east-west corridor, it's bad as it is. I can only imagine it not being as good as it is now. I'm not going to assume that it's going to be worse, but that's still to come. This project is 55 and older, the expansion.
Part of it is.
Part of it is. So and the workforce housing is not in this expansion, it's outside of the expansion. So there are projects coming for the workforce. And the impact fees that will still come whenever we do it. Growth pays for growth, and that's a great plan. That's all I wanted to say is I'm not throwing the brakes on and stopping these things. I think there's wisdom in seeing what the ramifications of what's already been done. Let's see how that plan is going to work. And I would ask Mr. Bosey, we are on a 20-year plan here, but these projects that are coming out of the ground, we don't have to wait. There's not another 20 years behind these. When are we anticipating these coming to full fruition?
That's a difficult question. When Ave Maria was first entitled in 2004, 2005 area, it was a 20-year window for build-out, and 20 years have come, and they haven't reached build-out, and they're asking for additional.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about Rivergrass or Big Cypress, which hasn't begun yet. So but I'm talking about Hyde Park, Bright Shore, and horse trials. When do we anticipate those coming online?
Those programs are 20 years. One of the things that we've learned this process, the RLSA, is a slow absorbing project. Ave Maria provides the template for that. It's only halfway point of utilizing in the residential dwelling units that were allotted to it. And we're 24 years into the program. So if that gives you if that gives you a template, that's 50 years of development you could expect.
Let me ask somebody else the question. When do we anticipate these neighborhoods, people living in them and moving in? I understand this is a long process, 20 years, but we're not going to take 20 years to build these things out.
Yeah.
They're already approved.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
20 more years?
It's
So these projects in the bottom here are not coming online as we
over the
speak?
next 20 years.
I stand corrected then.
Yeah,
I thought they were in process.
They are, but the build out and actual occupancy.
I thought
years
the
is
ground was
20.
broken and people was, they were putting sewer in,
There
water.
in some of your developments that are on your list there has been ground broken, there has been homes built. Some of them have not, as of
Okay.
yet.
Then I stand corrected.
The
I thought they were on.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No. And Troy, this thing's decided to.
that power hit we just took killed.
No, I didn't realize we had a power hit. Let me say a few words. I haven't really had anything to add to this. Commissioner LaCastro, you made a comment early that this development request predates all of us. Well, it doesn't.
Not you.
Yeah, me. I shared the story early on that I was sitting in the back of the room when Norm announced that 40% of the traffic coming out of here was going to go east. And it now is, because we have a lot of folks coming from the other side that have found Ave Maria to be a nice place to live and still be able to work and do their thing on the other coast. Growth is inevitable. Property rights are sacred. Those are all things that I believe we all hold on to. And Commissioner Saunders, you brought up a really interesting point. We didn't hear from the Conservancy, we didn't hear from the Audubon with regard to this expansion. I guess, Rich, when you come up, if you would please, one of the questions that I had in my mind, this expansion of Ave Maria, because is it going to tip over the balance of the allowable developable acreage within the RLSA?
Oh, we are way under. Way under.
That's another one of those questions I already knew the answer to, but the balance of the RLSA included 200,000 acres in eastern Collier County, plus minus 50,000 of that 200,000 acres can be developed. The other 200 will be set aside in perpetuity, protected, at no expense to the public treasury, either in cost of acquisition and or in its perpetual maintenance. Huge benefit to our environment, to our human element, as well as our four-legged friends. When I was sitting in the back of the room, Ave Maria was planned to be built out in how long? 16 years total. And here we are 26 years later, and we're plus minus 50% of the build out. Now, market circumstances come and they go, and that has an impact on just, in fact, how many people do in fact come and decide to live here. Commissioner Hall, this is responsible growth. This is managing.
I'm feeling better because I didn't realize that these other projects were, I thought in the next
Yes, sir.
5 years, we were going to feel the impact of these things.
Well, I'm glad you're feeling better. It just from the standpoint of Mr. Bosey and I spent years of our life in the 5-year review of the RLSA, making recommendations to an already award-winning land use plan.
that incentivized the existent property rights in these already green and blue areas. There are development rights in those green and blue areas that are being incentivized to be relocated to less environmentally sensitive lands. And that's the entire premise of the RLSA. The impact of this growth on our infrastructure. You know, Commissioner LaCastro talked about there were 5 different people sitting up here when the RLSA was in fact adopted. Those same 5 people, not same, but 5 different people, chose to not build Vanderbilt Beach's extension. And I think I heard from a pretty lady in the back that it's coming soon, Vanderbilt Beach's extension. Friday. I hear it's going to be open. We appropriated $18 million for the second phase of Vanderbilt to carry it out to Everglades Boulevard. We are 4-laning Everglades Boulevard from Oil Well down to Golden Gate Boulevard. We are 4-laning Oil Well Road into the 4-laning that's in fact already there. There is a new 4-lane road on the east side of Golden Gate Estates that will run from Immokalee Road clear down to I-75 and be the next bi-directional interchange on I-75. There's no argument that we're behind in infrastructure. There's no argument. You want to have a little fun, come to my house and try to get into town at 6 o'clock in the morning on Immokalee Road. It's crazy with the amount of people that are on that road. The infrastructure improvements that this board has done in the past several years is going to greatly enhance the mobility of all of our folks that live within our community. I'm not lobbying that this is the greatest thing since sliced white bread. This is a part of proper planning. This development request, and if you would put up a different map than this answers Commissioner Saunders' question. But there was the plan that you put that showed the new expansion of Ave Maria.
Okay.
I think it was
that was the master plan.
SRA Plan 5. This one right here. Yes. When the RLSA was developed, one of the things we talked about in that 5-year review was the relatively speaking arbitrary designation of 5,000 acres for the size of a town. It was a number somebody came up with and just said 5,000 acres was the number. And I'm satisfied that expanding the bounds of Ave Maria in excess of those, what I consider to be arbitrary, an arbitrary number, I'm satisfied as long as we're not tipping over the overall balance in the RLSA into protected lands and the lands that can in fact be developed. Where the development actually goes is going to be incentivized by where the lands that are in fact available to be developed on. And then, of course, those that are going to be protected as set-asides within the development plan itself. So you spoke, there is a hospital coming. You made a semi-incorrect statement. Those folks that live west of Airport Road are not going to come to the hospital at Ave Maria. There's close to 150,000 people that live in eastern Collier County that will come to this hospital. You made a comment, nobody's going to go to that hospital.
I said there's going to be a hospital, but nobody wants to go there.
Well, true, nobody wants to go to a hospital, correct. But there's
dying to get there.
150,000 people that live east of Airport Road, or out here, that will in fact are inviting the advent of this hospital. It's a 2-phase project, and we're really excited about it coming. That's about it. I mean, I have some particular questions with regard to the development itself and the phases that are here. I want to make sure that, because I attend the district meetings in Ave Maria, as many as I possibly can. I listen to the residents, and I see one of them sitting out there. I listen to the residents and expressing their concerns. I've read the enormous amount of back and forth on the interweb with regard to the pros and cons with this, the economic impacts of this expansion. I guess my question, I got a couple of questions for you. In my mind, the expansion to the north of Ave Maria itself is going to have 3 times the park size requisite for recreational purposes.
Correct.
Of what the current RLSA in fact calls for.
Correct.
The people that live over on that are going to live over on the east side of Camp Keys Road, they're going to be part of a new master association that will pay fees into the master association to tend and maintain that park system over in the north side.
Correct.
And then there'll be and what I'm told is there'll be a cooperative agreement between the master association at Ave Maria, where the current park system is, and it is a private park system for the residents of Ave Maria. There'll be an agreement between the two so that the folks that live in what I'm going to call the old Ave Maria can utilize the park in the new Ave Maria. Correct. And vice versa.
Yes.
Okay. That and so the folks that live over on the east side of Camp Keys, there's no argument that they're going to impact the infrastructure of the old Ave Maria. I'm told that there will be a nexus study done to determine what the potential impact is going to be on the infrastructure, on the roads and bridges and such, lighting and such in Ave Maria, and those folks will pay into the district with regard to a fee of some sort on an annual basis to offset the O&M, the operations and maintenance of those facilities.
Correct.
Okay. As far as that 1,000 acres, we all know there was a hubbub quite some time where it was added in at the request of Baron Collier to be in the overall district. And then another developer has come along to decide to want to develop it that doesn't use the bond revenues that have to be sought by the developer in order to construct the infrastructure. They theoretically someday could come out of the district if they can get state approval. And they made an agreement with the district board that currently governs the district assets, which is the roads and the lights and the bridges and the actual stormwater within Ave Maria itself proper. If that 1,000 acres were to withdraw, what's that process?
That process is they would come to, from a governmental standpoint, they would come to the county commissioners and say, would you support us being removed? Then you would go to the state legislature, and the state legislature would have to adopt a bill taking those lands out of the stewardship district. And obviously we put in a provision that I read earlier on in the meeting that, and I'm fairly confident that whoever the 5 members of this board are, if we haven't satisfied the district with appropriately accounting for our impacts on their roads, because we don't have any impact on their drainage, but on the road system, if we haven't satisfied the district, I'm fairly certain the county commission is not going to support the removal of those lands from the district.
So, talk to me a little bit about the makeup of that particular board that governs the district properties within Ave Maria. It's
right now there's 5 members. I'm making sure I got this right. 5 members, 3 of which are landowner appointed, 2 of which are residents.
And elected by the community of the residents that live within Ave Maria. So ostensibly,
the folks that own the 1,000 acres to the east would have to go to the district board to receive approval for the removal of that 1,000 acres out of the district. 2 of the representatives on that board are elected by the people, 3 are appointed by the developer. So would you have an issue, because I want it to be a fair withdrawal, and so one of the requisites that I would like to see is that it be a supermajority of that board of 5. And that removes the onus of the theory where the developer controls 3 of those board members.
Yeah, we're fine with that. I had a little nuance in my own little brain for a second.
How's your little brain doing?
Well, it's a little tired.
Oh.
But my thought is, if it ever becomes 3 residents and 2 landowners, would you be okay if it was at least one of the resident appointed members? Because then it could be the 2 landowners and one of the residents.
Let's not cloud the issue. Let's just make it a supermajority vote of the district board.
I told you I was tired. I told you I was tired. I told you my small little brain was a little tired.
For me, because we also know, and this is, correct me if I'm wrong, but there needs to be some legislative action taken at some stage, because at the current calculation of the population in relationship to the green space that's already included with Ave Maria, I don't know, and the addition of this additional population, I don't know if they'll ever get to a point where they get that full fourth or fifth seat. So there's some statutory things that need to be adjusted over here and how they're actually calculating that. So if we just hold that at a supermajority, I think that would be sufficient to protect the folks over there. I mean, it certainly doesn't deny if the circumstances change 5, 10, 15 years from now, 5 years from now, whenever that 1,000 acres decides to pull out. If they do pull out, they may not. You don't necessarily know. So, having said all that, I think we've covered the bases. I truly do believe that planning is, Mr. Bosey and I have gone round and round about this. Planning is necessary. You have to have a plan, and you have to stick to the plan. And even though we have heard from quite a few people, necessarily today and in some of our other hearings, that we need to pause it, we need to stop it. I on the same token believe that it's part of the process that was established 25 plus years ago, and that we need to go forward with this. And just for reference, Commissioner Saunders, Commissioner Hall, and I don't know who's running the cameras, but that's the map that Tim Nance generated many, many moons ago, well in advance of my tenure. And it actually shows the dots on the map there. Those red dots are potential locations of rural villages or towns within the RLSA. And that prophecy was put forth 25 years ago. So, my little board's not working, so if you want to speak now or forever hold your peace. I'm gonna make a motion for approval.
Is it for both?
Sir?
Is it for both the
Yes.
SRA and the companion?
That's correct.
Okay.
I mean, I know we have to hear them separately, or they have to be separate agenda items, but if we can approve both on the same vote. Yes.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
Okay. It's been regularly moved and seconded that we approve the agenda item as presented and amended with those suggestions, particularly that one suggestion.
The
that I made.
supermajority.
Right.
I'll work with the county attorney on the right language.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Any other comments? All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
Not yet.
Is that 4-1?
Yeah, 4-1.
4-1. It passed.
Thank you.
Very good. All right.
Now, we're going to, as I said before, we're going to just continue on here and carry on with our business. You let me know if we run on too long before, because I sometimes forget about our court reporter.
We're almost done. Commissioners, that brings us to item 15, staff and commission general communications. Item 15A is public comments on general topics not on the current or future agenda by individuals not already heard during previous public comments in this meeting.
We have none.
Very good. Next, we have staff project updates, item 15B. I am going to ask Ms. Scott, oh, she's here already, to briefly come up and talk to you about Vanderbilt Beach Extension.
Ah, we just talked about that.
For the record, Trinity Scott, your Transportation Management Services Department head. Not that Commissioner McDaniel and Commissioner Hall didn't already scoop me, but
I did it quietly.
Well, Commissioner Saunders did it to Mullins a little bit before, so there you go.
there will be a press release going out shortly. There are variable message boards out. Vanderbilt Beach Road Extension from Collier Boulevard to 16th Street will be opening this Friday, June 12th at approximately 10 a.m. That's all I have.
Outstanding. We're going to do a ribbon cutting or just wave at everybody when they're finally traveling?
We will be doing a ribbon cutting. It will happen after the event, after we're getting the road open, getting folks on it. But we will get you out there in a few weeks.
Get out there. We're just happy it's just happy it's coming. Thank you.
Yes. So that's
Very
my
good.
announcement. Thank you.
Commissioners, item 15C is staff and commission general communications. Just a reminder, we do have our budget workshop next Thursday in this room at 9 a.m. and it is a public meeting, so anybody interested in attending should.
That's when we're going to be talking about what?
All things budget.
All things budget. That's when we're going to hear some verified details on the proposed legislation.
Yes, sir. We will be
Or
speaking.
the referenda, I should say.
We will be speaking about that. We will also have representatives from Resource X here with us talking about the insights that we've been working on and all other very exciting budget matters.
And they are exciting. You make sure that when you're talking to those folks at Resource X, because I accused him of being the keeper of the secret when he was here last. I want to see that secret implemented to the department level.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
With that, County Attorney.
Nothing, thank you.
Commissioners.
All right, let's go to Commissioner Kowal since he's dutifully sat wherever he is and waited patiently.
I just want to thank you guys for putting up with me and letting me participate online these last meetings. So, but I will be traveling back to the homeland here soon. I do appreciate it, and I love, the dialogue we have at these meetings, because I think it really, it is. We're well thought out. I mean, it's in the public. I wish more people would tune in and actually listen to what we discuss amongst us in the sunlight, because it's, I don't know too many other meetings I've attended with other organizations that they get that in depth, and I do appreciate it. And thank you guys once again. Thank you.
No doubt. Thank you, my friend. Commissioner Saunders.
I do not have anything to add, Mr. Chairman. That you did a wonderful job. I assume that you will step down at the next meeting?
It depends. Commissioner Kowal and I are going to arm wrestle.
Okay, well, my money's on Kowal.
My money's on Kowal.
Yeah, that's probably a prudent bet. Commissioner Hall.
I just have one question. I just received an email from a young lady. She wants to get married next Saturday. She wants to have fireworks, and she's asking me if there's been any updates about the fire ban being lifted.
The burn ban is still in place. We have our fire districts as well as forestry carefully watching the index. What indications I've gotten is that we believe the burn ban will be lifted near the 4th of July. I know there's a lot of concern about that because of the 250th, but it's not quite there yet. Sure. Stay tuned. We're watching it so we can lift it as soon as possible.
Olivia, if you're listening, you're not going to make it.
Well, you can get married, but no fireworks.
Yes.
Go ahead and get married. Well, yeah, no. I'm going to be quiet. Commissioner LaCastro.
When's her wedding? Did she say?
The 13th, next week.
Oh, next week. Yeah, it's not going to work. Well, as somebody who just got married, you actually can, they have this thing called cold sparks, which aren't fireworks in the air, but it's the closest thing on the ground. No, I was going to make an announcement that I don't think we've heard. Did you know there's a groundbreaking at the Veterans Nursing Home? I just wanted to be the first one to announce it. It's on July 10th at 10 a.m. So I'm inviting you all to come. I've been working really hard on it all by myself. No, great job just across the board by all the commissioners. And I hope we get a really good turnout, not only at the groundbreaking, but then to go over to the VFW because they've been big supporters of the whole project as well. The commissioners know this, but just for public record, I'll be out of the country for the next commissioner meeting on June 23rd. I make no apologies because it's my honeymoon, so too damn bad. And it's the only date I could go, the window I could go based on some other things that I had to plan with daughter and other calendar type things. But I work with, I will leave here with the right phone numbers, much like Commissioner Colwell, but I have, just looking at where I'm going to be on that day, I think it's very unlikely that I'm going to get a signal where you're going to be able to hear me or I'm going to be able to hear anything. And we already looked at the agenda. It's not a very aggressive agenda. So rather than hearing me sort of wheeze in and out and whatnot, just to say, vote yes on something, but I'll make an attempt, but it'll be well before the meeting starts. I'll either talk with Troy or I'll connect with somebody. And if it looks like you haven't heard from me or it's obvious you can't hear, then, I'll just let it go.
Yes,
But,
sir. We'll make the appropriate adjustments to any of the
yeah.
land use. So,
Yeah.
and anything else on that needs to be moved to meeting.
Okay, and then I'll let you know if I'm coming back or not. I might just
Oh.
decide to stay there and then you just fill my seat with somebody else. No, that's all I got. Thank you. Good meeting.
My calendar has the Vanderbilt Reach ribbon cutting on July 1st, sir.
Well, there you are. How about that? I didn't get invited to that, so there. We'll just stand out there and wave at them when they get
It's
to go.
just the calendar notation to plan, so.
I'm joking. Mr. French, you and I had a rather long conversation yesterday about our code enforcement issues. We're having some difficult times in eastern Collier County, and I'd like to have a review of our code enforcement ordinance and policies with regard to how we're managing our code enforcement. Is that something that this board would be interested in having a look at?
Well, there's been a lot of questions about it, that's for sure. Yeah.
So there you go. And there's no have to, but there's a need to. It's imperative that we make adjustments. I mean, I remember our county attorney several years ago talking about how we've always been reactive in our code enforcement activities, and we certainly don't want to be too awfully aggressive in being proactive. But I was very much frustrated when I would file a complaint for and on behalf of a constituent, and our code enforcement officer drove by visible other actions and didn't take action. So I would like at a soon-to-be date, doesn't have to be our next meeting, but I don't want it to linger too awful long. I'd like to have a review and an adjustment in our ordinance so that we can have a little quicker, more aggressive steps, especially with those that I refer to as frequent flyers, people who are repeat offenders. So if you can make that happen, I'd be very much appreciative.
Yes, sir. We'll work with Mr. Klatskow's office.
Supposed to say Jamie French for the record.
Well, I assumed that Terry already had it written down.
Yes, sir.
Again, Jamie French for the record. Your department head for growth management and community development. Sometimes I have to think about it depending upon the assignment. My apologies, though. But yes, sir. We have worked closely. We'll also introduce some of the changes in the state legislation that perhaps we might have some methodology to deal with and some alternative approaches that perhaps the board and staff has not considered in the past.
Yeah, we need those things. It was, with the home-based business legislation, there's new legislation out there about limitations on, or lifting limitations on construction permitting and so on and so forth. All those things need to be addressed and codified in the actual ordinance.
And as a resident of the state, sir, as you know, growing up out there, I even recently I've spent a great deal of time out there. No doubt we've got miles of roads. Certainly we're strapped for resources, but I think good methodology and planning is just another step like we've taken with everything from park rangers to animal control officers and the ladies and gentlemen, and I don't want it to certain, and I don't think your message is that they're doing a bad job.
No.
Certainly that they are out there every day, and these types of tools would be helpful to bring things into compliance, promote more education, because the last place we really want to be is in that fine and forfeiture of property type of role. That's really the last tool. So we're certainly looking forward to rewriting that.
Commissioner LaCastro made some wonderful adjustments in how we're managing the release of liens and penalization for code enforcement. And I know we've also got some constrictions as to what we can do with homesteaded property and whether or not we can actually ever even collect from somebody on a homesteaded property. And so these are all things that I think this board needs to have a discussion about. Growth is inevitable. And so we're not going to get any smaller. And so it's imperative that we get caught up minimally. I don't know if we're ever going to get ahead, but we have to get caught up as to how we're managing these things.
And if it pleases the board, I'll be happy to discuss some of the things that we've done, what we've identified, the number of fines and liens that are currently in effect, and even what we've written off in the past 20, 30 years based off previous actions and previous board direction.
I think it would please the board.
That's a lot of money.
Anything else for the
I got
greater
one.
good?
Yeah, I was just wondering, we got budget hearings coming up, and I'm asking y'all if you would, we have 43 different advisory boards that the county pays for some of the rooms, some of the staff, some of the note-taking. And I've got some information on it. I don't know, would y'all entertain a conversation about getting rid of some of the advisory boards that never bring advice here?
Yes.
And not to say that they can't meet, they're welcome to meet, they're welcome to come to us with whatever they want to meet about. But as far as doing it on the taxpayer dime, I'd like to have that conversation.
Well, we need to, you bring up a really good point, and that is, there's an expense associated with these advisory committees. And do we need to have verbatim notes, or do we need to have sunshine laws governing their activities and how they do what they do? Because at the end of the day, they're an advisory board to this board of county commissioners. So I'd be more than interested in a synopsis of those advisory committees and who has brought what and who hasn't, and again, it's not to say out loud that one isn't more important than the other, but maybe we can reel back our administrative expenses associated with them.
That's what I'm talking about.
To get
All right.
to a more happy medium.
I'll get with county manager and bring that forward.
Okay. With that, we are adjourned.